Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with episode XXX of Beneath the Banner's Shadow. That's right. It's episode 30. Don't get too excited. It's not that kind of game. This is session 30, titled The War Camp. This is an ongoing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition campaign that we have been running for the past 3 years here on the channel. And I am very excited to finally be getting to this session. It has been a long time, both in the making as well as in the planning. We didn't get to play last month. I can't remember if we played the month before that or not. It's been a while. It's been a little spotty lately. But we're here. We're here tonight. Hopefully, Eli will be joining us momentarily. Unfortunately, Josh will not be able to join us this evening. I hope that everything works out for him and that he ends up having a good night. We'll miss him. But
love you, Josh.
Yes, Josh, love you. Don't work too hard. Introductions. Yes, we'll do those in just a moment. I do want to thank Rachel Ayers. She is the artist who designed the majority of the house shields that you will see throughout the course of this campaign. And she was a fantastic artist to work with, so I highly recommend going and tracking her down if you need some art done. Pleasure to work with, so thank you, Rachel. If bad language and mature subject matter are problems for you, then do not watch this game. Don't watch anything on my channel because you'll be sorely disappointed. Probably in me, but that's fine. I'm used to it. But I think that's all we need to cover on the business end. Before I pass things over to my players so that they can do their introductions. Actually, no, I'm gonna save that for Steve's intro. So let's start with Baron.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Baron. I play Masaka Tord, gratefully for the last 3 years. Don't have much to plug these days as life has gotten a better hold of me, but I will say that I seen today that Absolute Tabletop is putting out the Notify Me for the new Kickstarter, an adventure kit. And if you haven't heard or tried one, I highly suggest you do so. They're super modular, super adaptable, super fun, and very, very nice for the new DM and experienced DM and veteran DM alike. So go check that out. Other than that, Masaka Tord is ready for the battle of his life as we square off against Satan and his witch wife. A cruel but fitting analogy for Tord's greatest rival to date.
Just might be the challenge of a lifetime. Tord, we shall see. All right, next up we have Karen.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karen, also known as Myth and Gears on the socials. Also don't have much to plug, but a new adventure kit, you say? Must look into this. Tonight, I get to play Ariana, and I'm pretty darned excited to get back to this campaign and the once in a life or death time situation that Tord might find himself in. Not that I'm, rooting for a certain outcome or anything, but we'll see what happens.
Ari's over here making bets on the side. Yeah, absolutely. Touching on what you mentioned, Baron, about AbTab putting out a new adventure kit, I am definitely very excited. I've gotten quite a bit of mileage out of the first two. And I'm eager to see what they're going to put out in the Ark, the Vault of what? Something like that?
Vault of Arctur or something like that?
Arctur's Vault, yeah.
Arctur's Vault, yeah. It looks super great. Super great.
Yeah. It's Barker's World of Ankea, I think is where it's taking place, that should be cool. Okay, cool. Last but certainly not least, at least for the time being, we have Steve.
Wait, does that mean later on I become the least, since it's not least for the time being?
I'm gonna
No,
hold
that
on to
makes
that.
sense. I understand. No, I get it. I'm just gonna get see myself out. Yeah. So I'm Steve. I'm the least. Well, I will be. I play Dane, and I'm very excited because I also don't know how long it's been since we played. Like time just doesn't seem to pass, and we all sort of sit here and wither until the next session or something like that. Yeah, that's all I got. Nothing. I mean, I could triple plug the ab tab thing, but or quadruple plug. It's good stuff.
Excellent. Well done. Very succinct.
Yeah, nailed it.
Anybody who did happen to Michelin? Anybody who Michelined a channel, you should be able to find the star for that channel in the description of the video down below. So do go check
Is
them
it a
out.
5-star or just a 3?
Depends on the channel. No, I'm just
Well,
kidding.
all right, but Michelin there is no 5-star. It only goes to 3.
Oh, shush.
All right,
She's
saying.
Canadian. She
Right, Canadian stars. They're like dollars. They're made out of moose.
there takes more stars to equal the same amount. It's weird.
Moose are bigger than you think. Sardine.
Moose are very, very big.
Speaking of which, no, there will be no moose in this session. The people who tried that have been sacked. So, yeah, I think that's just about everything that I can think of. Are there any questions before we get started? No. Cool. Thank you.
Play now?
Yes, of course. That question. Kenya has said that the last time we played was July 19th. That tracks.
Ha!
Nice.
That's what we pay her for.
September.
Keeping
Damn.
track.
Too long. All right. So, we will go ahead and roll in. Like I said, I'll have to juggle the cameras and stuff whenever Eli gets in. Hopefully, that won't disturb any kind of in-depth role-playing or whatnot we've got going on, but I'll try to handle it as fast and quietly as I can behind the scenes.
On a quick side note, when we go to our halftime break, can I show off the new character art that we got?
I was actually going to do that now.
Oh, even better.
I mean, we can wait if you want.
No, I like now's good.
Okay.
I'm a now. kind of person.
So, Steve did an awesome little thing and had some. Well, how about you explain it?
All right. How do I explain this? So this game has been going on for like 3 years now, and I would count everybody that sits at this virtual table as a very good friend of mine. And so I was trying to come up with a way to sort of like commemorate that. And so I approached 73 different artists, and got samples of their work and stuff like that. And then I met this amazing gentleman through Facebook, and he sent me some samples of his work, and he actually popped on Jeremy's channel and watched some of our episodes. And at this point now, he and his home group have watched all of our episodes to the point that he has gone so far as to translate them all from English to Portuguese so that his friends could watch it, which is pretty cool to know that's happened. And so he did some character art for me, and it was amazing. I wanted to surprise everybody, but I also knew that my opinions can't be trusted solely. So I got a hold of Karen, because I talk to her on like an almost daily basis. And so we worked through it. And this guy went from, hey, send me a character snippet, to I think no less than 6 or 7 iterations of any character. But it wasn't just like, here's a finished product. It was like, how do you like this face? How do you like this stance? How do you like this armor? Like, he just went through everything, colors. And so we got everyone's character done up and a nice group shot. So it was a lot of fun.
That's incredible.
Does he have like an Instagram or some sort of thing that
he does
follow? If you could send that to me.
Yeah, I'll get it over to Jeremy also, so we can maybe link
do.
it down below.
Yeah, absolutely. Please get that to me in the game chat.
I am so about this art that I can't even begin to describe. That I just
really, I loved his style, and what really hit me was, we always say this is like an Arthurian tale, and this really struck me as that sort of like when you're transitioning from being like a child into your teen years, that art in those books, if we think back to like the sort of fantasy books that we were looking at, like if it wasn't the Boris Vallejo type art, it was very similar to this, right? Stuff that is, it really brings to mind sort of fantasy and fairy tales and heroes. And so once I saw that, it just meshed really well. And Karen didn't tell me no, so.
That's completely unbelievable. Like I knew that you had, gone and got the art commissioned and things, but I didn't understand the breadth of exactly how that had transpired, which is just, it's just incredible. I'm flabbergasted. I don't know what else to say. But I have not put in the full blown picture, but I have redone the overlay to include everybody's character images on their overlays. So I might have to adjust one or two of you just to shift you kind of to the side. Baron looks good.
Right. And if anybody else goes, wait, Sir John has brown hair? You're not alone, because we had that same thought.
Mine was Eddard's
As
eye
we
patch.
did with the eye patch. Yeah,
Yep.
I was like, what? He has an eye patch?
I was like, who's that?
When did he get an eye patch?
So it was right about the same time that Dane killed him. But it's not because of that.
Right.
Just putting that out there.
What part of the what story arc were we inventing? It's like I don't remember him ever losing an eye.
I don't remember that either. But there we have it. It's right there on the image,
yeah,
on the overlay.
he
even.
looks badass.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks like a bad guy. He's
To be honest,
he's a baron who has an eye patch.
I always pictured Sir John to look exactly like Eli, and that's just the only way I've ever seen
Yep.
him.
Not gonna lie. Yeah.
100%.
Which, like, I was so satisfied with. To be like completely frank, like that was just like, yeah, dude, you're killing it. Like you're there.
Yeah. He sent me the character description. He said brown hair. I sent him back. I was like, are you sure?
Like,
Why would he be sure? But
he's not brown. He's not a brunette.
Okay. All right. I think we're ready to rock and roll then. But yes, thank you so much for doing that, Steve. It's really, really awesome. It's the first time that I've ever had somebody create art specifically for a game of mine that yeah, it was really cool. It's a cool experience.
Well,
so thank you for that.
The irony of it all was like I remember I was talking to Jeremy and Karen, and I was like, "Gosh,
Yeah,
I
right.
really think that we should all like try and pool our money together to get like some cool art because I think everyone could really go for that." It was like the day after that, you're like, "So I did this thing," and so I was just like blown out.
It was so hard to not say anything when we were talking about that. I'm like pretending I didn't know what was going on.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
I was super jazzed. I was so happy and grateful. I was
Yeah, absolutely. Just blown away. Okay, so if everyone is ready, I think we can go ahead and get this started. Sweet. How can the suffering of some, so life-altering and cataclysmic, be so utterly ignored by others? What was barely a topic of conversation back in the heart of Vykaril was forever changing her own borders. Her people, left to fend for themselves as if they had never been a part of her kingdom at all. And if the salvation due to such poor wretches is to be delivered, it shall come with a cost most dear. Where are the heroes who would pay such a price? We rejoin the group of you deep in Angorshire. Ruined, pillaged, plundered, razed to the ground. Signs of the massacre that has occurred here, evident in every stretch of every mile that you have traveled. Fields of crops have been burned, the ground salted. Bodies are not left to lie where they fell. They're instead put into grotesque displays of power, cruelty. None have been spared where the Thunderhoof tribe has tread. Recently, you met with the Gothezka by chance, a group of militia that is typically kind of known as the Wolves of Angor, led, as it just so happens, by Tord's brother-in-law. The remnants of the Gothezka have been collecting anyone who can still ride and still fight that is left alive out here, and has put together this ragtag team of cavalry that has been trying to right the wrongs where they can, but their numbers are much smaller than the horde that now holds this land. The plan was made after a battle for them to ride to meet with the forces remaining in Shanin, and the two forces would gather together and present a front to fight back against the Thunderhoof, while your party was to attempt to make their way in more discreetly into the camp and hopefully try to deal with the Khan of the Thunderhoof tribe, Sorink Satan, the headhunter. During the last battle that you had, things went poorly. One of your own falling. And though you now have been rejoined by Dane, he does not seem like he will be the same. So that's where we rejoin the sword of Vykaril, deep in enemy territory. Morale suffering a pretty significant blow. But you press on anyways, because that's what heroes do. So, as we rejoin the five of you, as you make your way closer with each step towards the enemy's camp, what is going through your minds? Is there anything else that you're wanting to try to accomplish before you find the enemy's camp? This is when one of you talks.
No. But I think the only thing that Dane would be looking for is before we get to that point where we know that's sort of the doorstep, right? like this is kind of the turn back now or not. Maybe there is a winding sort of like brook out here. Maybe it's just a collection of standing water where over the last months it's been trodden so much that there's just a pool of in fact, like that's probably what it is. It's this, horse-sized pool of muddy water from just being stamped so much. And I think very sort of solemnly as we near that, Dane dismounts and goes to it, and his hands with this rust, this red that stripes his body and accentuates his scars. He starts to wash his hands, and you get that effect of when you sort of pour oil into water, you see that shimmer and it pushes all the muck back up to the edge of this puddle. And as he's washing his hands, the red stays no matter how much he washes them. And it's not vigorous, it's not that desperate clawing wash, it's the more like wringing of hands of someone who's worried or has forgotten something. But as he does, you can see the water clear, the rust pushing back the mud and muck, and so the water in front of him, although his hands in it, is clear. And he says what might be close to almost a prayer, but it's in that ancient tongue that few speak anymore. And he cups his hands and drinks water from this disgusting puddle, except that as he pours it out, you can see that it's clear. And kneeling there, he looks up at Tord. I have a feeling that I won't be the last one to pay a heavy price.
No. I fear you are the first.
No. Not the first, just one of many in a long line. We've seen too many bodies, too many people. But I do have faith in you that you may be one of the last.
Tord is going to kneel next to this body of water as well, and bow his head in a prayer as well. But he is going to take out his holy symbol, and this isn't something that Tord has ever worn, and it's actually a symbol to Evandel as compared to a more Sylvan entity. And it's worn, and it's rusted, and it's cracked. And he kind of pulls it out and holds it by its lanyard. It drops. And he looks at it for a moment as it spins. And the saturated earth, wet and muddy, kind of paws a hole. Kind of gently rested in there before pushing it back over with mud and bowing his head again. Dane, you may forgive me, please, but I've never been one for prayer, so I kind of have to do it out loud. Kneeling, I'm sinking into this kind of like embankment of dirt and water. I stand here on the precipice of my life's battle, and I seek only my blade find justice for those who cannot seek it for themselves. I pray for no glory, no honors, but the salvation of my people. And he kind of sits there in silence for a while.
Well, I suppose in turn we each have something to die for someday. And I may not have been in this world for very long, but I can't think of people that I'd rather brave those challenges with than these.
I have been fortunate in my life to meet a great deal of people who have inspired me to what I believe to be greatness. And in truth, you four have done it more than most.
I suppose it's time to be a little Sir John about this. You know, less talking and more action. And Dane will stand up and perhaps echoing something that's happened in the past, he puts his hand on your shoulder. Whatever happens, we're with you.
Dane, I am afraid.
Me too.
And true to Dane's word, I think the camera cuts over, and so John is not praying or making speeches or something. Like, I think maybe he's either trying to recruit Ari into a little warm-up exercise sparring type situation, or they're already doing it.
Yeah, I imagine they're already sparring at some point, because it wouldn't have taken much to convince her to spar. She has a bunch of things she needs to work through, and
I think probably like light sparring, you know, more just going through drills or exercises or something than really trying to kick each other's asses. I'm just trying to loosen up my shoulders here is all I'm after.
Yeah.
They've been tight lately.
Yeah, I'm not sure Ari got that quite. She might hit you a little bit too hard sometimes.
Ari only knows one speed.
That's... Oh, a palpable hit.
You should have dodged. You're a little bit slow in your old age there.
Old age? I think I'm a fraction of your age.
One would not know to look at you and how you're moving. You're so slow.
Well, and I think I like my feathers ruffle underneath my half plate. And I like put a little more oomph into it, maybe drive you back a little ways.
Now we're talking.
I had this in me all along.
Then you should be showing it.
I do show it on the battlefield.
Well, you're not showing it now. You're hitting like my little sister. Come on.
I think while you say like my little sister, I cut you off by like shield checking you and knocking you down a little bit, like onto your back. It like what now? Your sister must have an excellent arm.
Oh, that's a new trick. Where'd you learn that from?
Improvisation from the chaos that surrounds our lives.
I think this is the perfect image of all of us not dealing with the reality of the situation. Like,
We're coping. We're coping.
we are coping.
It's quite a lovely little dysfunctional family. Lots
So-
of love, though.
Jeremy, we are
Mhm.
infiltrating a camp. Or
That's
attempting
what.
to.
Yeah, that's what my understanding of the plan was. Yes.
Listen, we really plan.
Oh, I know.
Anyway, are we like, can we see this camp? Are we in a position where we can grab like an environmental advantage? Is there any, like, we mentioned we're by a body of water, which means, or leads me to believe we're in some sort of lowland. Is there a way that we can get a better vantage point of our enemy, or are we aware?
Yeah, so you are this part of Angor Shire is, it's not quite as far east as the borders of the kingdom actually go, but it is, when all things are considered, it is very far east, and the hills that come down, there's like a mountain range arm that kind of extends down from the north, kind of curling southward, and there's a lot of foothills that it creates, kind of continuing southward all the way through this region. And as you travel further east, the more flat it becomes, and then eventually the trees thin out and you have the steppes, and that's where the Thunderhoof tribe has come from, is those steppes beyond the borders of the kingdom. So the area that you're in now has a lot of hills and valleys to it. So I would imagine that this body of water that Dane has described is probably, some kind of a washout point, a place where water would typically drain out of the lowlands here. You have not reached the camp yet, but you know that it's not far. You can smell the smells of fresh fires, of roasted meat. You can hear an occasional noise of horses or wargs. So you're not very far. It's probably cresting one or two more hills over before you will reach it. And if you want some kind of advantage, like finding a hill crest that's nearby that you can look down upon it, that's certainly doable.
So we being close, have we like encountered outliers of the camp, or outriders, even people coming and going? Have we kept a low profile?
It's kind of up to you guys how your approach would have been. I don't imagine that there has been too much of a ruckus that's been raised. Otherwise, you likely would have drawn more attention from the main camp itself. You're close enough now that the sounds of battle would probably draw people from the camp. So if you have run across anyone, they've been very small scouting bands, and you've been able to deal with them very quickly and very quietly.
So I think from our sort of hidden vantage up here, so John is surveying the area, and what he's looking for in particular is, like, there's always a train of support that follows a warband around. And in this case, that train is probably going out to the battlefield to like bring back spoils. There may be other battles that are like, skirmishes or something that have happened elsewhere, coming back from villages loaded with whatever. And he's on the lookout for a wagon that's got a bunch of like stuff that could be hid under, or like people who have outfits that could be changed into, or like big heavy cloaks or something like that.
Is Srinxatan's army completely orcish in nature, or are there like more barbarian, like human types as well?
Yes. It is a mixture of mainly orc, human, and half orcs. There are some others that would be sprinkled throughout, but for the most part, that's what you'll see that makes it up. Most of the humans that you find are they're called Prilaric, which are kind of Mongolian-esque humanoids, and they are the ones that live far out to the east from Vykaril, like on the other side of the continent. So the steppes that kind of separate the two kingdoms tends to be fairly heavy with orc tribes that are almost always interwarring with one another, and they're very nomadic typically, and they have some Prilaric cultural traits, but they're pretty rough even for Prilaric standards. And the Prilaric peoples, the humans that have joined this warband, have more of a like kind of a traditional orcish outlook. They're a little more violent. Obviously, they're okay with raiding and pillaging innocent villages and things of that nature. So there's definitely humans that are mixed in there.
Cool. So yeah, I think I want to find a wagon that looks like it's not heavily guarded or anything, just something that's bringing stuff back to camp that we can sneak up on and ambush and take over and all that.
Yeah, most of the scouting bands and things that you have come across, they did not expect to meet the kind of resistance that you're able to give them. It very much seems like they've dealt with the majority of the threat in the region, and now they've kind of grown a little lax in how vigilant they are, and that has allowed you to get the jump on a lot of them. So I don't think that a wagon that is bringing some spoils back to the main war camp and is also somewhat lightly guarded is out of the question at all.
Cool. So should we like do a quick roll to take that over, or how do you want to play that out?
Yeah, let's just do that narratively. We can just describe how you guys managed to, to take this out and what you're going to do with it once you get it.
Yeah. So I think from the hilltop, I spy one of these wagons down there, and it's within close enough a distance that we can sneak down there before it gets too close to camp and everything. And I look at everybody else and I'm like, all right, this is the moment we prepared for. Are you each ready?
Aye.
Always
well.
ready.
Oh, Sir Dane, you're muted.
Well, how do you want to do this?
Well, here's what I was thinking. And then we flash forward to it happening.
Perfect.
And I don't have a plan. I figured I could contribute a cool thing that I do, and that's enough for me.
Yeah. Does anybody have anything in particular that they want to add to this hostile takeover?
So I feel like if I can just pitch something, I feel like our like style as a party has kind of adapted to this, given our last few encounters and Dane's like reemergence. I think Tord has actually like removed his mail and has been carrying it, and has been kind of just traveling in like the leather padding beneath, just to become more agile. And like we're sticking low. on the hillsides, cresting hills to get the best vantage without giving away our position. Really, I guess in Tord's sake, he's really like going against a lot of what he knows as a knight to like pursue the objective he's trying to complete. Like I have not like announced myself to an opposition to fight fairly. It's been like knocking people unconscious or like gross assassinations. It's not clean. And I feel like Tord at least has been a little disheveled in his mentality of things, with the emotional turmoil that's going on. So like when Sir John is like, are you guys ready? We've been ready for this. Tord doesn't like banter like he would. He slides down the hill, he brandishes his long knife, and he kills this person menacingly, and without caution or remorse. And it's cold. And I think Tord, as like this thing is coming to like a conclusion, I don't know if anyone else wants to add to this, but I think Tord, as we're kind of like picking through the wagon and he's cleaning his knife on like one of the people he's assailed, he kind of like looks up for a moment and looks around and see if anyone's looking at him or seeing if their opinions of him have changed.
I think sort of in mirror of that, if Tord and Sir John are taking on the front, I think Ari and Dane are at the rear. And you can see the commotion going on at the front, and then this orb of inky darkness just pops around the back like 3 or 4 guards. And you see Dane look at Ari, and then they just walk into this dark orb, and you hear screams. And then the orb dissipates, and Ari and Dane are standing there with these 4 laid out orcs around them. And sort of looking back across it to Tord, and there's just this sort of nod of, I think we've come to a realization that sometimes you have to just do what needs to be done. And there's not speeches and fairy tales. Like these are the events that happen between the lines in the story.
As we circle this wagon, Tord is sizing up the people. I don't know. I think between the few we've managed to gather and mixed match, we should have enough for close to everyone to have a disguise of sorts.
Yeah, I think Sir John's approach to the wagon and the fight and the moments afterward were very workmanlike, but also very comfortable. Like I think we see in this moment that Sir John has never been one for big speeches and like ideological stands or whatever. He's very much like pointy end, go there type of person. And this felt like uncomplicated to him. and he went about the work almost joyfully. And now it's over and he's like, okay, we're good to go. And he's following along with Tord and Dane and everything.
I think the only thing to add to that is Ari's particularly brutal with the killings of the in the inky darkness. That's probably prevalent, like can be seen when the darkness falls. But she's also having an actual really tough time meeting Tord's eyes at all, in his new guise that he is currently in, and the way he is acting. She's having she will not meet his gaze.
I think We're about 2, maybe 3 hills away. We could sneak in tonight.
Aye, let's get this nastiness over with. End it all.
Can we just sit for a while? A short while.
I think during that moment of sitting and reflecting, Sir John maybe gets ideological in an uncharacteristic way. Like he's so in the habit of having these big, like, epic clashes of ideas and swords and stuff that this past easy time was maybe new and different for him. And he's kind of looking out at the landscape and how the trees are giving way to these steppe lands, and how, a fall and the rack of war is spread all across the horizon. You've got, smoke trails going up into the sky, basically anywhere you choose to look. And I think he says, no matter what happens, we took a stand against all of this today. We will take a stand against this. And whether we prevail or are defeated, it is something that must be stood against.
Sitting kind of like posted against this wagon, Tord looks up to meet your gaze, Sir John. And he says, a long time ago, I drank with a man I called my master, my trainer. His name was Sir Warwick Mirth. And I'd be lying if he didn't smell like booze almost the entire time I knew him. But he told me something that has always stuck with me. And since we've marched closer to Saringsatan, it's only echoed in my head. He said that I will walk my own path. I will fight my own battles. And I'll feel the wind upon my face. And I will face men time and time again. And the choice will stand to fall or to fell the other. That I'd find myself on the battlefield. But he also told me that you lose a part of yourself if you stay too long. And as I look around me, I understand now that we lose so much. Sometimes we forget to seek the passions of our lives, to chase the blossoms, regardless of the thorns. Because the things that you fail to acknowledge will be the things that kill you. And I never really understood. But the things that we fail to acknowledge often are the things that matter most. Our families, wives, sons, brothers, sisters. I fear we have to fight a monster more than a man. And by winning, we'll prove to all the other monsters that we are more monster than him. That we are stronger. Even now I'm shaking. Because I'm afraid. But that is the only time one can be brave. And I feel so far away from it all. Right here. In the face of evil. So I ask you, my friends, if you have something to say, you must say it now. Because you may not get to say it again. Tord looks down.
I think at some point, Eddard probably comes over to Tord and tells him how happy and proud he is to have Tord serving House Pendrake. No?
Sorry,
ready?
just
Oh.
processing towards speech.
Y'all were saying all this shit about no speeches, and I was like, ha 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 ha. Get fucking ready.
I don't think I have anything to say that could speak any better than what you said. But I know that for each person here, I would gladly live for you. And I will gladly die for you.
I think Sir John sort of puts a hand on Sir Dane's shoulder and says, "Once is enough, Sir Dane."
But there's 4 of you.
I think at that Tord is like a deep, like stomach laugh. Yeah, one is enough.
Oh, sure, it's funny now, but you should have seen all your faces when I was dead.
That's not funny.
Yeah.
What he said was funny, not what you said.
Well, no accounting for an orc's taste. But seriously, we have your back. So when you're done sitting and thinking, we'll be ready to go.
I'm done waiting.
Before Tord gets up to leave, Ari would have stood and gone over to his shoulder, still not looking directly at him, but she places her hand upon her shoulder, kind of like facing away from him. Ir lembas neheli lembas. I am grateful to have met you, Tord. And then she would walk away towards the wagon.
Tord stands. The attire of these vagabond brigands. Would I be able to don my mail and like their skins and look passable, or is it something that it's like a one or the other kind of thing?
I think that it's probably possible because a lot of them are wearing hooded cloaks,
Like males and
and things like that, and their armor is kind of all over the place. It's kind of a mishmash of things that they found while raiding and pillaging. So I don't think that out of the group, I don't think you're going to get any second looks.
Cool.
Okay. So, what is this wagon going to look like? How is it that you're approaching this camp? Who's out in the open? Who's hiding?
I'm pulling the cart if there isn't like a pack animal to do it, and if there is a pack animal, I'm leading the pack.
Yeah, there's definitely a beast of burden that would be pulling this. So are
I imagine it's like
you
an
driving?
Old,
No, I would be walking
You're
alongside.
walking beside it. Okay.
Correct.
Sorry, go ahead.
is this a stolen wagon also? Because like I imagine it's
Likely.
like it's like an old miller's wagon, right? It's got like this like this large rotund like donkey, because I think the plan is probably to eat the donkey when they get it back too. And so it's rickety and I think the last like 2 minutes, Dane's been insisting that Ari hides inside the wagon. Like you don't fit in. Like you need to.
What are you trying to say, Dane?
You're an elf.
Well, I know I'm an elf. Are you just figuring it out now?
Here, this will help. And Tord is gonna scoop some mud off the ground and just wipe it on her face.
I imagine you just put your hand just like a pie,
Yeah.
I think totally missing the irony of the moment. So John is like, excellent idea, and scoops up some mud and covers his own face with it.
But I think in our approach, we actually were like doing the job that this wagon was supposed to be. Like, I think we tossed the bodies of the men we killed on here. I think that like as we pass, it's like, yeah, grab that one, and throw him up here.
We stop and raid a village.
We subjugate.
But actually, using the mud, I think Dane will run the mud through his hair to sort of darken it, so it's not this like bright coppery red. That'll definitely help a bit. I imagine maybe Eddard has. I would imagine like this has been a tactic in the past. He volunteers to cast like invisibility on himself and maybe Ari, so that they could be secreted.
Sure.
We're gonna use some of Eddard's spell slots this game.
Once we're closer, maybe.
Right. I mean, he can do it for an hour.
Yeah, invisibility is what?
Like an hour, right? Concentration, 10 minutes? I don't know.
Something like that.
I have the spell, never use it. It is concentration up to 1 hour.
1 hour, okay. Yeah, so you can certainly do that whenever you get within, eyeball distance. Okay. So it sounds like Eddard and Ari will be invisible. The rest of you mudded up and somewhat in disguise. So you are dressing in their clothes, or at least over whatever you would normally wear?
Tord is.
Tord is, okay. Is Sir John or Sir Dane wearing their typical livery, or?
I have it concealed for sure. Like
Okay.
I've got like a rag over the front and then like a big cloak or something over my shoulders and
Okay.
back.
I think Dane is actually stripped to the waist. And so these like reddish, like scarred stripes running across his body and like the welted scars that have shown recently are on display. But I think that in his mind that adds to the sort of like brutal look that this scrawny young man is trying to achieve.
Are you also covering your exposed torso with mud?
No, like I'll mud across it to sort of like color myself since I'm
Yeah.
pale as as me.
Right. Yeah,
Um,
the Angorian orcs are typically kind of grayish in their skin tone. Some vary a little towards greenish, but most of
Right.
the Thunderhoof are somewhat more the greenish colored orc skin.
Yeah, I'm more hoping to be mistaken for like one of the more nomadic
yes.
humans in the area.
Okay, sure.
Hoping.
Okay. So you set this ruse in motion and you get back on the trail, so to speak. You crest the next two hills, and as you crest the second, you're able to look down into the valley and the flatlands that kind of stretch out to the east from this particular hill as the sun has started to set fully. And you can see hundreds of tents and fires that are scattered out in front of you. The vultures and crows circle overhead, particularly in the areas towards the outside of the camp. As you get closer, you can see that though there are many, many fires in the camp and many, many tents, the camp itself actually seems to be scarcely populated. Your guess is that the ruse provided by the Gothezka must have worked. Many of the stables and the tents that you pass on your way in lay empty of their inhabitants, and those that remain here seem to be mostly occupied with menial tasks. So, what I would like from each of you, if you would please, is tell me something that we see you encounter or overcome as you sneak inward towards the central tent of the Khan.
I got something. On the out the outskirts of this encampment, there is like a wooden. It's not a gallows, but it's like a rack. And hanging from it are dozens of like a native fox species, like just layers and layers, and like there are piles of them. As this fox is a symbol of like a more tribal Angorian spirit of good luck. And these are viewed as like a messenger of the spirit of luck and goodwill. And killing one of these foxes is usually like bad luck. And as like an attempt to kind of butcher our customs here, they have laid waste to these creatures. And there's just like piles and piles of these, but like flies are thick like a blanket in this area as the the air is just sickly sweet with congealed blood and these fox carcasses. I don't know if that's necessarily something we have to get through besides walking past it, but
I think there's definitely some imagery on this infiltration where, like, in a coordinated kind of way, we're moving from cover to cover behind huts and what have you, tents, whatever. And there will be moments when, we'll be moving past the opening of a tent and somebody will like come out to do something and they'll stumble upon us. And immediately, I think Sir John is using this big cloak behind him. He'll wrap it around somebody's face to disorient them and then quickly like stab them a couple of times and then like leave them. And so as we're going along, his cloak is getting stained with these really dark red blood stains that are more or less not noticeable in the overall dark color palette of the cloak. I'm imagining a lot of like furs and stuff, but the like fluidity of the cloak, it's no longer a dry situation. It's starting to like kind of snap or whatever, flow and snap behind him as he's stalking through the camp here.
Do you have anything, Ari?
So being invisible, it's a little bit more difficult. Well, in one way, it's quite simple to walk through, but people don't move for you because they don't see you there. And there's a couple of times we'd run into maybe a group that would be like bantering and not watching where they're going as we're kind of walking through, and a couple of close calls where both her and Eddard would have to like almost dive for cover, or they would have gotten bumped into and given off the ruse that we've got going. So imagine there's a couple of times where maybe once she's had to grab Eddard's cloak and cover his mouth at the same time so he doesn't make a sound and pull him out of the way. And he's done the same for her. Likewise, as we've traveled through this area.
You're muted, Steve.
So I think the thing that catches Dane's eye are there large like plains animals near-ish here? Bigger than horses, or horses about as big as they get?
I mean, there's probably some sort of bison out in the prairie lands. Any of the ones in the immediate area would have probably long been slaughtered or run off,
Right.
I would imagine. But yeah, they exist out here.
So maybe it's a bison or something like that. But there are the camp is, I imagine, semi chaotically laid out. But there are these central points that you can see, and there are these towers of wood and bone that are 15-ish feet off the ground. And where you might think of a cage hanging, there are rib cages of these large animals. And they're old enough that they have been probably passed down from clan leader to clan leader or war chief to war chief. And they have these like orcish runes carved into the bones, and they're held up by these grisly hammered chains. But the grotesque part of them is in each of them there's a small child, a native to this area, that has been more or less tied and you can tell by the way that the bodies are contorted. They were not killed beforehand, but they've been left to birds. They've been left to dogs. And I think one in particular catches Dane's eye, and it's this young boy. And were it not for his, little bit of a jutting jaw and tiny tusks, like this could be Toby. Like this could be his friend from his childhood. He's a little rotund. He's got a good-natured face, if an orc can have a good-natured face. I'll talk to Torn about that. But he's up there, and he has been for some time. And that's the first one that Dane sees, and then you get that moment where your vision sort of widens, and he can see these sort of dotted throughout. And one in particular, just off to the side, still has a struggling person inside of it, and it's being raised and lowered over the snapping jaws of these hyena-like hunting dogs by some older orc. Maybe his only job now is sort of a hound trainer, and he's amusing himself while the camp is slightly empty. And I think without saying anything, Dane looks that direction. One moment. And slides back behind everything. And he doesn't cast darkness. There's no skulking nature about this. He stands up to the full height of his young adulthood. He's coming into this, and he grabs this orc by his shoulder, spins him, and before he can react, he just drives his dagger up through the bottom of his jaw and then pulls it back out, unties the rope holding the chain, lowers it down. And I think that this particular person's too far gone. Like, Dane could try and heal him, but to what end? Right? He's in the middle of an enemy camp. And so, knowing that towards people are proud, he takes a dagger, puts it in this young man's hand, and leaves him. Before sort of wandering back and rejoining everybody.
Can I add an obstacle for us? I don't know if Jeremy's got obstacles, but I've got an obstacle for us. We're kind of, I almost imagine that like we're still kind of bebopping this cart for a little while, as we get it to like someone that will take it from us. And like it's a group of, I don't know, a couple, maybe 1-2 dudes. And like the one kind of takes the pack animal from me, and they have like kind of arrows stuck into bales of hay or like the ground or whatever in front of them. And like 30 feet or so away, they have targets, but they also have like the remnants of the people that they have kind of had their way with. And this is kind of comical and funny to them. But I almost imagine like the one guy's like trying to get us to, come on. See if you can hit him in the head.
And then what?
Sorry.
You're good.
I almost Tord kind of entertains the man for a moment, giving everyone the chance to either interact with him or get away. Maybe taking the bow to humor him for a little while. I'm like, no, man, I need to get where I'm going.
You leave them to their cruel jest, realizing again the futility of helping or trying to avenge these people. It is far too late for them. You press onwards, and as you near the center of the camp, the tents grow larger, further spaced apart. There tends to be more utility aspects of the camp. You pass what looks like a blacksmith's forge, an anvil that's kind of set on a rock. You pass, larger stables. What looks like probably the tent where meals are served out of. And eventually you spot what you are fairly certain must be the Khan's tent set out ahead of you. It is easily the biggest tent that you have seen thus far, and it has a cleared area all the way around it, large enough, you would guess, that the host of this camp could probably stand in that area gathered together and hear their Khan speaking to them just outside of his tent. You see 2 guards standing outside. Both of them dressed similarly enough to the rest of what you have seen for these Thunderhoof orcs. They have their war spears and short bows slung over their shoulders, great swords at their hips. These look tough, but perhaps maybe not as tough as what lies inside of the tent. So as you begin to approach, what is the plan?
We believe both the witch woman and Springsetan are in this tent. We believe.
That's possible. You haven't had really kind of any intelligence, so to speak, to go on. But you know that the 2 of them are coupled. They are married. So it would stand to reason that they would probably share a tent.
Well, if we're in a position where we don't have to rush because we at least have if it's not super populated here, we could watch for a little while. Right? Party? I don't know if you guys want to just kick this tent flap open and get down the fucking bit. I don't want to do that.
I feel like prior to coming in here, there was definitely this is your lead. We're gonna follow you.
Ah, man, that always ends so terribly.
What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, and what does kill us makes us new characters.
I think we should see if we could find any available resources. Lard, fat, anything flammable. Obviously, these are tents, but I don't know how flammable these tents are. I know I don't have I have torches, but I don't have a lantern or anything. If we have anything to set fires.
So some of these tents are made of cloth, like heavy duty canvas type cloth, but a large portion of them are also made out of like oiled leather. So they're kind of protected against weather and things. So while they might burn, it would probably take them quite a bit to catch.
Naturally. Yeah, I mean, Tord's super about going face to face with this guy, but there's a witch in there too, and I can't do anything about witches. I literally have a weakness to witches.
Witches be crazy.
Ah, my witch allergy.
Dude, it's happened 3 times in this campaign.
You just wake up, the entire camp's an oven.
Damn.
Son of a.
It's a metaphor.
I feel like maybe we worked it out ahead of time that like Dane is a magically inclined person. Ari's got some weird mystic stuff going on. Like they might be the best people to take out the witch, and you and I focus on the war chief.
Okay. Well, I don't want to kick at the tent flap. We could push their tent over or sabotage it that way.
There are those. You said there were like ribs from a large plains beast. Are there beasts here in the camp, like beasts of burden or something that we could start a stampede with?
Maybe like a slave pen that we could unlock and cause like chaos that way.
Are we trying to cause a distraction, or are we just trying to disable them coming out of their tent?
I would love to hurt them inside the tent, collapse the tent, and make them rush outside bewildered and already damaged for us to fight in the open.
Yeah, I'm more about that than distraction.
Oh, look at this trebuchet right over here. Huh. Well, and me a trained knight.
I mean, we could just push the tent over and like hit them.
But like we could hit them with giant beasts of burden too.
Yeah, I'm into that. I'm totally into that.
Yeah, where are those? Where's the pen? Where's the animal pen?
Yeah, so there definitely are a few of these bison and pigs and things like that. But they're not necessarily close to the center of camp. Those pens tend to be very aromatic, and they tend to be a little bit closer to the outside of the camp. They're as far as slaves go, all of you would be too aware that the Thunderhoof have not really been taking slaves. The few that you have seen have been either turned into undead or were being bloodletted in the cathedral that shall not be mentioned.
Their one redeeming quality: they don't enslave people.
If you want to consider it that way.
Bar is so low. So yeah, I guess let's see here. You said that the tents are, a lot of them are like oiled leather or something, like something that's not going to catch super easily. Mm-hmm. Could we pile up just a bunch of kindling on like one side of the tent, not near the door,
sure,
and just hope that it catches big enough?
Yeah, and like on the interior of these tents, there's plenty of bedding and clothing and things, and a lot of these Thunderhoof orcs are not particularly hygienic. So there's a lot of oil and stuff that is soaked into a lot of these cloth wares. So you could pile up a bunch of the bedding and clothes, and there's trampled straw and things like that all over the place. You could pile up a bunch of that inside of a tent, and lighting that on fire would more than likely eventually catch the tent on fire as well.
Dane, I think you should say that out loud.
Tord, if you want, I can definitely hurt them inside there and get them out, but it's going to draw a lot of attention. You're muted.
They're supposed to see me defeat him. Right.
Okay. So I think Dane steps forward and shrugs off this like filthy fur that he's been wearing in his muddy guise, and he takes a water skin and starts to pour it out, and you can see the water start to turn the golden color of Dane's healing magic as it washes down. And as it's washing across his hand, you can see it literally removes all the mud from Dane's body, from his hair going back to this brilliant coppery red. His scar is still there, and it starts to pour off his hand in this rusted blood color. And as it reaches the ground, it starts to bubble and hiss. And the longer he pours it, the more it starts looking like a spout of flame coming from the bottom of his hand. And then he just points a finger at the tent. Everybody inside that tent can make a DC something. It's a dex save. And what is my spell DC? I think it's 15. I'm double checking for you right now. I'm not the best spellcaster. Sorry, guys.
So before you do that,
Yes.
Roll me a, let's say a D6 minus 2.
So I rolled a 4, so 2.
Okay, so there were 2 individuals in that tent.
Here's hoping one of them someone important. So yeah, it's a DC 16 dex save.
That is most certainly a failure.
All right. Like, nothing's working for me. Like, I'm trying to use auto rollers and it's not working. I'm sorry.
No
Thought that was an
worries.
easy way to go.
Technology rearing its ugly head yet again, like it's so wont to do.
All right, so it's going to be 23 fire damage plus 2 is 25 fire damage and 22 radiant damage. So 47 damage to everything that failed its save.
You can describe what it looks like as this thing immolates within mere moments. And these screams are raised and then immediately stifled.
So I think there's, as the flame gout starts to come from where the water was, I think it U-turns and then hits the top of that tent and washes down over top of it. And when I hear the screams, I think the color drains from Dane's face as he turns to Tord and goes, he wasn't in there.
Sorry, one moment. This is the main tent that you're doing this to?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Big tent.
That was my mistake. I thought this was part of the distraction.
Oh,
That's
no.
my
Well,
fault.
they decided no distraction. They decided Dane trying to hurt them to get them to come out.
It's an aggressive distraction.
I see. That is my fault. I am so sorry.
That's okay. All of us were like, well, new characters.
Done. Good game, guys.
Good last session.
Okay, scratch that. Back it up. Reverses. All right, so you cast your flame strike upon the tent. There are no screams, however. The two guards out front immediately begin panicking. Fetch water! Fetch water! And they start trying to look for a way to try to fight the flames that have now cropped up on this tent.
Can we
sorry, go ahead.
retcon just a little more? And like as soon as the
Sure.
flames go up, I would love to have scrounged some like javelins nearby or something. And I would love to attack those two guards before they can raise an alarm.
Okay, absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah, go ahead and roll those up.
All right. So one of the cool things about leveling up is that I have 3 attacks now. So let's see.
Damn, that's right. Fighters.
Here's 1. What is a javelin damage? Is it D6?
I believe so.
Probably D6 plus strength.
Yes, definitely plus strength.
Okay. So first is and is it dexterity to hit for a javelin, or is it also strength?
No, it's strength
Okay,
because it's
dexterity.
a thrown weapon
Okay.
instead of a ranged weapon.
So 19 to hit on the first one for 10 damage.
Okay. He is still up, but gravely wounded.
Sure. Another one is, well, that definitely hits for 9 damage.
Same target.
Yeah, same target.
Okay. Yep. You can describe what it looks like to finish off that first one.
I think it's just like javelin comes in and like gets him in the stomach, and he sort of like crunches in half, and then the second one comes in and gets him right in the throat, and he just like collapses to the ground. And then my third attack is going toward the second guard and aiming for the throat to avoid any screaming that might happen here. So that's 14, 19, 20, 21 to hit. And then that's 11 damage.
So that second one is definitely mortally wounded, but he's not dead yet. And within moments, he probably will begin to raise a hell of an alarm.
Sure. Ari, you're up.
Yeah, I think, well, you obviously didn't see her, but imagine, well, I guess I should do an attack roll. Okay, that is a 25 to hit. Basically, you've stuck him with the javelin. He's still not quite dead yet, and then all of a sudden, you see a sword kind of appear from his belly wound out through, and Ari has appeared right kind of beside and behind him. She used the distraction of you attacking to get behind them and to deliver what we hope is a killing blow, because I described it as such. I'm going to use a key point to make it. Okay, so that will be 15 points of damage.
Yeah, and you can describe, well, I guess you already did, technically, as you take down the second guard. Just as he's about to begin to shout about there being hostiles in the camp, he turns and is no more. Both of the guards slump off to the sides, and this tent, this portion of the tent that's closest to where your group is gathered, begins to quickly spread and catch with fire. But it's going to be several long seconds, if not minutes, before anyone else in the camp comes running. The smoke that this is starting to produce is considerable and is black, So you know that it's only a matter of time before other people in the camp are going to see it and make their way here.
Tord's gonna walk forward into this courtyard here.
Tord, make me a perception check. I think with the smoke, this is going to be at disadvantage.
Okay. That's not bad, but I have to roll twice. That's way worse. 7.
From where this fire has started to spread across the side of this tent, you can kind of see into the tent just a little, but you're not able to discern very much about what's going on inside because the smoke that is coming up off of the oiled leather of this tent is so thick and black, it's obscuring your view.
Tord is walking out into the center of this courtyard area in front of the tent. Can't see anything inside. So I'm gonna call out, Sering Satan!
There is a distinct lack of a response.
I fear for this. Tord's gonna turn back to his friends like, oh, he's not answering.
The rest of you, if you'd like, can make perception rolls also at disadvantage.
$19.
Okay. Sir John and Ariana, both of you happen to look up at a time when maybe a part of the tent kind of collapses under its own weight after it's been burning for a moment, and you're able to see inside of a good portion of the interior of this tent. And though you see quite a bit of furniture as far as like seating and maybe like a table, you don't see any form of like a bed or anything like that. But along the back wall of the tent, what would kind of be the opposite side from the main entrance to the tent, there is a decently sized, especially for being inside of a tent, a decently sized wooden arbor that is made out of branches that look like they have been either grown or woven together into kind of again, like an arbor, like an archway.
So if there's nobody inside, I think the first word out of my mouth is deception. And then I'm immediately like looking around, head on a swivel.
Tord doesn't see this door, does he?
He has not seen it yet, no.
I'm gonna walk up to the tent and walk inside the tent.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of, pull open the door, the flap, however it would operate, and you can see that the tent is starting to fill up with this kind of black, acrid smoke. But kind of, peering through it, you can see this arbor that I described across the way. Not only do you see the woven branches that seem to kind of form the shape of the arbor itself, but you can see small little things that are hanging from some of the knots or the ends of these branches that form this arbor. These small, somewhat effigy-shaped little figurines.
I can do magic, I think. Is there anything else that I've seen? You said there wasn't much furniture. Do I see any like plans? Do I see anything that's not on fire?
There are several things that are not on fire, but you don't see any like war plans or anything like that on the table. There's probably actually a distinct lack of them. Walking into this tent, you get the feeling. So, like, bear with the analogy here. Have you ever walked into a home that has been staged for people, like for sale?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the war tent version of that.
Can I see through this arbor? Is there like anything like within?
So you cannot see through it. Okay, you can see through the archway, but all you see is the back wall of the tent. It appears empty. However, now that you're closer, you can see that the sticks that form this arbor have a little bit of an unnatural shimmer to them, especially with the fire that's kind of dancing off to the side in the tent. Almost the way like light can sometimes play on water. Almost a shimmer like that across the surface of the wood that makes up this arbor. And you notice that though the fire rages near and close to and like behind this arbor, that none of these branches, none of these effigies seem to be catching.
Tord wants to cast Dispel Magic on this if he can.
On the arbor?
Correct.
Okay. I think there's going to have to be a roll.
If it's over the third level, I have to roll for it.
Absolutely.
Basically, I think just you see in his rage at being tricked, Tord's gonna punch it because that's what Tord does. Divine Fist.
Okay. Are you doing this as a dispel magic? Like as a delivery system? Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit it.
You're definitely gonna need to roll. Not to hit. You're just gonna have to roll to for the spell itself.
I have to roll 10 plus the spell's level.
Okay.
I rolled a 16.
Okay. You punch this arbor with your fist as hard as you can, and as you do so, you deliver this, this righteous energy behind it, perhaps even powered by Evandel, as you prayed to her most recently. And as you strike this arbor, you take 1 point of psychic damage. And one of the effigies like bounces and makes like a small, almost like a wind chime noise.
Does it seem unaffected?
The effect that you noticed has not changed.
Tord's gonna walk out of the tent.
Well,
I don't know where he is.
We're gonna have an entire camp on us.
The voices of other orcs are definitely starting to be raised elsewhere in the camp.
We could leave this area, hide.
What is this? What is this growth inside the tent?
I don't know.
Ari, does it look like anything elven?
Yes, it's made out of branches. It looks a lot elven.
I mean,
Listen,
Thanks to nature. No,
I can't say that.
no, you're right.
It's racist if you do it. Could I make an Arcana check?
Yes, anybody who wants to, upon seeing this, you can make an Arcana or an Insight.
Ooh, I like insight.
Man, I'm not good at either of those things. So I punched it.
That's fair.
23 Arcana.
Okay, 23 Arcana.
I'm afraid of things I don't
24
understand.
Insight. Okay. So I'll hit the two insights first. Both Ariana and Sir John. Upon seeing some more of these details, these effigies that you spy, though the tent around this wooden arbor is merrily now burning, like I said, the woven branches of the arbor and the effigies themselves are not catching. And what's strange is the effigies are made of straw, mud, and what seems like probably dried blood. And you're fairly certain that there is one for each of you hanging on this arbor, made in your likeness, or a close proximity of it. And there's several others that, for the most part, you don't recognize. However, one of them is very clearly modeled after the Witch of War. Several others are very gaunt, drawn looking. I would say, Sir John, you would probably recognize that those look very similar to the witch guards that you fought, her personal bodyguard that were with her, those kinds of creatures. And then there's a last effigy that is probably close to twice the size of the rest. You're fairly certain that that is meant to represent Sorinksaton. Dane, your Arcana tells you that this arbor is likely an entrance to a spell that you once read about, or something, that is Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion. It wouldn't be called Mordenkainen's in Rosfine, but whatever.
Yes, the feared orc witch, Mordenkainen.
Witch wife's wizardly witch hut.
Right. Toward, I think portals like this are used for there's a story when I was younger, the books. I can remember the stories. I haven't forgotten all the stories. No, I haven't. That party beast's not dead. I haven't forgotten. They're a temporary entrance to like a fey land. Or they're a temporary house in a fey. It's a portal of some sort. I can't remember.
how do we enter?
I don't remember. I don't remember the story that it came. I don't think we can. I think you have to be invited.
How do we draw them out?
I don't think they have to come out unless they want to. It lasts for a day, maybe more.
Sir John just like growls in frustration, and the sounds of orcs are like rising in the distance. I'm sure something must be done.
There's a whole camp.
They're cowards. They're cowering in their whatever that thing is.
Can we do something with these figurines?
As a matter of fact, Dane, as a part of your exceptional role in Arcana, you are fairly certain that these effigies might be an invitation. You know that as a part of casting this spell, that whoever casts it can allow as many people as they want to be able to pass over the threshold. You think that these effigies were used in the casting of this doorway, of this portal. And perhaps their presence was done on purpose so that you could enter.
Maybe.
Wow. That's bullshit. We tried to be like, we're gonna set this guy up. And Tariq stands like, you have to come inside. You can't fight me outside.
I have two ideas. One of them is bad, and the other's terrible.
Well, maybe you should come up with a better one then.
I think maybe if I wish I could remember what story it was from. I know my mother told me this story. I read it. Did I read it? Was it a story? Ari, why am I having such a hard time remembering the fairy tales? If I could remember them, I'd come up with a better idea. The effigies, I think, they might be invitations. Or not invitation. They didn't. It's not an invitation. The effigies might allow us to go through. But I don't know if that's a one-way trip.
Why?
And because hubris.
What is that?
I turn to Sir John. But I don't say anything. I thought I turned back. But if what we're trying to do is make an example out of him, do we really want to go into his dimension, his other realm, and fight him there? That's the bad idea. There's a terrible one. I just don't know how costly it might be. But we can try. I'll try. And Dane takes his dagger and he cuts his hair. And he throws it up and goes, Thirne, I need you.
Oh no. Well, that was a terrible idea.
Hold on. Did you just wait? What did you just do?
I met Thirne a long time ago on a moonlit night. He told me if I needed him. He was always watching me.
Is this the dude that we like? A couple people kissed.
Yes.
Okay, I recall now. That's
So we're gonna see if he's actually around.
Okay, so, I think this is actually where we're going to take our break because we're at that time anyways. And no, that's great. I was not anticipating that at all. But I was kind of looking for the moment when you guys were going to do something with the portal to have that be the moment where we take our break. And this is just as great of a place to take a pause. So yeah, we're going to take 10 minutes. Thank everybody. Thank you so very much. If you are watching this evening, whether you're watching along with us live or whether you may be watching at some point in the future, it is hugely appreciated. And yeah, thanks so much for the fantastic job that these four players always do whenever I throw things right in their tracks. It's always fun to watch them adjust and adapt and overcome. So stick right here and we will be right back. Whoops. That's not supposed to be it, the one I pushed. That's the one I'm supposed to push. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Amateur Hour. I'm Jeremy, your host. Where I've only been doing this for 5 years. So welcome to the second half of Beneath the Banner's Shadow. This episode is titled The War Camp. Things might not exactly have gone according to, well, we just talked about this. I won't use the word plan. So things have not quite gone according to expectations. We'll go with that. And you have found yourselves now in the middle of the Thunderhoof camp. The Khan's tent burning right before your eyes, sending an enormous column of black smoke high into the sky for all to see. And have discovered not inside the Khan's tent, or rather inside the Khan's tent, not the Khan and his wife, the Witch of War, but instead an arbor that you are led to believe leads to a Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion. Out of desperation, perhaps, Dane has cut some of his own hair and proffered it, held it aloft, what have you, and has called upon a familiar entity that all of you have had an interaction or two with before. The first of the Thunderhoof orcs emerges nearby from between two tents and begins to not run in your direction, but walk with a quick pace towards you. Gets closer.
I mean, I'm ready to kill.
And closer.
Dane's like looking around like, that's an orc. That's not who I called.
I'm not waiting for Fernig to show up. I like, as soon as this orc makes itself visible, if it's moving close, I'm moving close and I'm going to kill it.
Ari is backtracking towards the arbor. Yeah, for better or for worse, I'm getting close to it, and
Yeah, actually, I'm not approaching. I'm throwing another one of those sick javelins that are just lying around like straw.
All right. Go ahead and roll that attack.
So, oh no. That's 19 to hit for 11 damage.
Okay, you throw this javelin and you watch as this orc puts its hand up in your direction and the javelin turns into a vine and like falls to the ground. And you hear a voice come from the orc that perhaps you wouldn't expect. No, you idiot. It's not. It's me. And the face of the orc kind of shimmers and fades for just a moment, and you see the familiar face of Firne. You don't honestly believe that I would have shown myself in my true form, do you?
I don't know how this works. We need your help.
And you throw a javelin at me.
You looked like an orc.
Don't understand how you've made it this far.
Look. Firne.
Yes.
Dispel this. Dispel this. The portal.
You kind of like moves in. They move in and take a look at this arbor. I really wouldn't want to meddle. This is... Do you know what you're dealing with? Who you're dealing with?
A war witch and a giant?
Not a war witch. The Witch of War. She is a member of... Oh. He kind of like mutters something in Elvish, like under his breath.
I speak it.
Basically, it amounts to...
Why?
Yeah, toddlers. She is a member of her coven. The one who I warned you about. The one I implored you to not get involved with.
She's the one to not get involved with, or the one who's in her coven's the one?
She is a part of her coven. Witches operate in groups called covens. They form a cabal, and they all have similar goals in mind. They all serve her.
If you can't do it, just tell me you can't do it. I understand.
He kind of bristles visibly. I didn't say I couldn't.
You kind of did. I misunderstood.
Do not toy with me, child. This is not a good idea. I don't want to be involved in this.
I understand. It
Fine.
was worth a shot.
I can try. It's going to cost you. They kind of like look at you and level this like very serious expression.
Everything does.
This is firstborn child territory. I am warning you.
I suppose we'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
They kind of
Hey.
turn and... Oh, go ahead.
You cannot be serious.
I look from Ari to Tord to the camp full of orcs invading his homeland. No. I'm deadly serious. Fine. I'll pay the price.
Fiernay kind of shoots a dangerous look at Ariana. Very well then. It's a deal. There's like a small smirk that kind of turns at the corner of Fiernay's mouth. They then turn back towards this arbor and begin to work their hands in not the kind of spellcasting that you typically see from people. This is different. It's got a practice and a finesse to it that no spellcaster you've ever seen uses when doing these somatic components to their magic. And when Fiernay is done, you can see that these branches that this arbor is made from begin to sprout stems and leaves that then blossom and begin to wilt, and the leaves begin to change colors and fall away from it. And at the last moment before the spell is finished, you can hear Fiernay. No. No, 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 no! And he disappears.
I'd like to go home now.
They didn't come out.
No.
Did the arbor get destroyed, or does it look like it's still intact and functional?
The arbor itself has not changed so much. However,
There's a little
there's a new effigy
of-
that hangs from the arbor.
Okay. Back to the bad plan.
Let's do
Go
it.
in. Yeah.
Tord's going in.
Dane's right behind him. Arius or John?
We're out of here.
No,
Leaving.
I'm charging in right after. I think right before we all jump through the portal, I'm like, this is our last shot. We must make it count.
Vykaril.
Ari watches as one by one they jump through. She pauses and takes one last look at the effigies that are on the arbor, especially the last one that just appeared. Oh, Dean, what have you done? And then she'll step through.
The 4 of you, 5 of you probably, including Eddard, I would imagine, step through the arbor. And you feel yourselves almost pulled. You've traveled by teleportation magic before. This is different. It's not the same sensation, but it's the same kind of impact. It doesn't feel natural traveling this way at all. And when you find the sensation ebbing, you find yourselves standing in a large fortress. In the entryway, there are braziers and sconces with torches lit everywhere. The walls are made out of thick, hardy stone, fit together with the kind of perfection that you would expect from dwarves. But you know that this is not dwarven made, that this is made with magic. You see doorways, halls, staircases that branch off of this main atrium in various different directions. But ahead of you lies an enormous set of iron-clad double wooden doors. And on the outside of these doors is carved into the wood these terrifying but also beautifully intricate carvings of orcs riding horses and wolves and wargs, and fires of villages burning all around as they ride into them. The things that you have seen over the last several days, this is, without a doubt, someone's distorted, heroic depiction of the other side of this conflict.
We see just the one set of doors ahead of us.
Like I said, there's a lot of other doors, hallways, staircases, things like that that lead off of the atrium. but those are the ones that catch your attention the most.
No sign of Ferney.
No.
Well, Tord, we're in his house, so to speak.
Well, I don't really intend to explore. Do you?
There's a certain person I'm gonna have to find now, but not explore.
Do you think he's with him?
Oh, I have an image of cages or dungeons or a small angry fae trapped in sort of some crystalline globe.
I would like to use my divine sense. I can
Interesting.
tell. I think I can tell where any fae undead. I think it's fae.
Ooh, yeah, check that for sure.
I can detect. No, maybe not.
I think it's the spell detect.
Yeah,
Good
I
and
think
evil.
it's fiend.
It's fiend, not fae. Oh, never mind.
But if you wanted to, bellow your challenge again.
Syrinx Satan!
As you call out the name of the headhunter, you hear the doors ahead of you, the two large double doors, are pulled open inward and away from you as you see 4 ghouls, 2 on each door, pulling these doors open by massive iron rings. Beyond, you see what looks like, essentially, a throne room. Somewhat hazy from all of the brazier and torch smoke, but you definitely see movement coming from that room. And a voice calls to you, echoing off of the stone.
Enter if you would, challenger. Face me.
Tord's gonna walk through the door.
Okay. Tord, you walk through these double doors. The ghouls like salivating and snapping their teeth like at you, but you can tell that they've been told to leave you be, as they don't fully approach you. They just simply stand beside, with some distance between you and them, menacingly, if you will. But what dominates this space is Syrinx Satan, the headhunter, Khan of the Thunderhoof tribe, as he sits upon a throne made from the skull of a dragon. Even seated, he towers over the others present in the room. The heads of Angorian leaders, still in their helmets, sit on display on pikes and on the tips of the many fangs of the dragon's lower jaw. As you enter the room, once again he speaks.
I will give you one chance. Join my warband, my tribe. Do it not, and you will be crushed beneath the thundering hooves of my horde.
I cannot join you. I refuse. You do not have the strength to crush me.
I have the strength to crush 10 of you. Look around you. Your people. Your orcs who would bend their knees to human leaders. You are nothing more than a bin mark.
You would know that this term, Tord, in Orcish means a backstabber, a traitor.
You are not a worthy adversary. You are a slave to the humans. If you join me, take your rightful place. Serve me as your Khan. I'll let you kill the elf first.
Tord looks back at Ariana. And then back to Serinxite. I shan't trade one shackle for another. I shan't kneel before you.
He leans back in the throne and then places his hands on the rests for his arms and pushes himself out of the throne. Rises to probably 16 feet in height and cracks his neck audibly. The sound again echoing off of the stones around this room. From behind the throne, you see slinking a familiar figure. The Witch of War. And out from behind her, a handful of her witch guard. Serinxite looks down at all of you, and he says,
You will not join my horde. Instead, then, you will join my collection.
let's roll initiative. Okay. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's a good start. You guys doing okay? I look a little worried. All right?
I'm a little nervous. Nothing too big.
Okay, we're good.
Really glad my vestments are darker shaded.
Bring me my brown pants.
I wear brown for a reason.
Okay, let's see here. Whew. All right, so we've got Dane with a 19. Dane, you will be up first. So if you want to go ahead and begin your turn. You don't have to, though.
No,
It's fine if you don't want to.
I definitely almost kind of want to. So to clarify, just to make sure, Tord, you got him, and then like we're taking out the witch and her entourage, right? Like you don't want to mess. Confidence, I like it. Oh goodness.
Definitely focus the spellcaster.
Shit. How many war witches does she have with her?
Witch Guard, there are 4. These are the ones that were opening the door just a moment ago.
Oh, so they're like the ghoulish type things.
Yes, yeah. They, for all intents and purposes, they very much look like ghouls.
Okay,
And you have seen one of them created before out of Tord's father.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
These definitely look like they were Angorian orcs at one point.
Are they all female by chance? Just out of curiosity.
No, they're a mixture.
Okay. I didn't know she was how selective she was. Okay, well, let's see how much this sucks. Damn, I single. Yes. So in ancient Vykarilian, Dane looks at the in ancient Vykarilian he looks at Dane looks at the Witch of War, and in ancient Vykarilian says, you are everything that shouldn't be, and the worst manifestation of magic and power that should ever exist. Sit there and think about that. She can make a DC 17 intelligence save.
Okay, let's see. Intelligence.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Dane is so smart.
Ooh.
Intelligence saves for the casters.
She rolled a 1. So she failed. What does that mean?
Okay.
What happens?
So this is Dane's newest ability. But what I've cast is mental prison. So she is going to take it is, I think. Not for her. She's gonna take 41 points of psychic damage.
Oh.
And she is surrounded, perceptible only to her, by these familiar to her, but covetous and power hungry and dangerous other witches, like another coven perhaps, have surrounded her and are holding her at bay with their magics. So she cannot hear anything, see anything. She is restrained, and if she attempts to move, she'll take 10 die 10 more psychic damage.
Excellent. Does she repeat the save at the end of her turn?
So on a failed save, you make the area immediately might cause whatever the form of illusion. I'm not seeing that. I'll read through it while we progress through the turns, and I'll send you a message.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, this spell goes off. This very almost knee-jerk reaction from Dane, and all of a sudden the Witch of War begins to like make this hissing sound, almost like a threatened snake would, as she kind of rounds in one direction and then immediately turns 180 degrees to face the other, and she begins to act like almost in a panic, trying to escape something that seems like it's all around her, but none of you can see it. Okay.
It is very obvious, by the way, that Dane is concentrating on this. Like his eyes have that like sort of golden hue behind them, and his hand is still sort of reached out towards her.
All 4 of these ghouls, as they were running into combat, see this happen to the Witch of War, and instead turn and head directly towards Dane. Dane, they fly at you with weapons that are bolted to their arms, wrapped to their hands with leather or iron bands, biting at you with their gnashing teeth. They get to move towards you as a bonus action. So they close quite a bit of distance, reaching you very quickly. And as they approach, let's see. The first is going to bite at you. What is your AC?
16.
Okay, but his teeth do not make purchase against you. One of them like reels back with their hand, the kind of remainder of an axe that is tied to his arm, scraping across the stone floor, as he then kind of basically just throws his hand up and over his shoulder, using the weight of the axe to come down at you, is going to hit you with this pitted axe. You're going to take 9 points of slashing damage as this cuts down into you. The third is again going to try to bite at you, but misses. And the last of them, likewise, is going to attempt a bite, gnashing at you, and his teeth are going to find purchase on the back of your calf. And as his teeth sink into you, you're going to need to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
All right.
You're going to take 5 points of piercing damage, and then
So it'll be a 19 on the Constitution save. And
Okay,
then
yep.
a 16 for the first damage, and a 15 for the second damage. So I will still maintain the spell unless I'm, paralyzed or something else.
excellent. With a 19 on your Constitution saving throw, you feel something akin to paralysis beginning to like creep up your leg from the bite on your calf, but you manage to shrug off the effects of it and continue moving.
So the one that bit my calf, I look down at him, and again, you see the gold behind my eyes illuminate for a moment, and I point a finger at him, and he'll burst into flames. So it's going to be a dexterity saving throw on his behalf, using my reaction to cast Hellish Rebuke.
Okay, he rolled a 1 as well, so he definitely failed.
He is going to take 13 plus 11, 24 points of, so 24 plus 2, 26 points of fire damage.
You can describe what it looks like as you take him out.
Again, the flame looks more akin to water as it washes over him, and then it immolates him. And rather than leaving ash, you see that sort of almost like, it would be amusing if it wasn't so gory. The bones that made up this Angorian sink into the earth as though they are sinking into a puddle of water. And there's just a scorch mark left on the ground.
Yeah, the screams of this ghoulish creature fade as his body melts away under Dane's powerful magics. Okay. Sirink Satan reaches beside his throne and pulls a great sword that is easily 7 feet long from beside his throne, clutching it in his man's torso-sized fists as he stalks forward. As he begins to close, he picks up his speed, once again using aggressive to move towards a target with a bonus action. He then raises this greatsword high and is going to bring it down at Tord twice. The first one is my third one of the night. So he misses. He swings this greatsword down, and where Tord you were just standing a moment ago and you managed to dodge this blade, you watch as this greatsword parts the stone at your feet, cleaving it in two. His second strike as he recovers and swings laterally across. I'm assuming a 27 is going to hit you.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, okay. The second, however, catches you right across the chest. You're going to take 16 points of slashing damage, and you need to make a strength saving throw, please.
Okay. 26.
You manage to stay on your feet under the incredible amount of weight that this strike carries behind it. Not only does it seem like his strength is just unbelievable, but in addition, it seems like the sword itself seems to wield the impact of a battering ram behind it. All right, that is his bonus and his attacks. Okay. Next is Ariana.
How far away is the witch wife from us?
From where you are currently,
Mm-hmm.
it was a pretty large throne room. I don't know how far you guys would have come into the room, so I'm going to say 50 feet.
Okay. That's perfect. You said she can't see or hear. She's kind of preoccupied with
Yeah,
whatever's.
she can't see here, and she's effectively restrained, so all attacks against her have advantage, and she has disadvantage on saving throws or on dex saving throws.
Okay, so I will let you decide how this is going to entail, like attack wise. But I am going to use my movement action to move 50 feet towards her because that's my speed. I love being a monk.
Okay.
And while I'm doing that, I'm pulling out a set of manacles that I have been holding onto for a very long time. They're cold iron, they're blue-green iridescent. And my plan is to grab her flailing arms and lock them in these manacles.
Okay, interesting. So I'm assuming the shackles that you're speaking of are
Got way back
the
in like
ones,
episode 2 or something.
That's awesome. Yeah, I didn't know if anybody was even using the magic items that you guys had gotten, other than the weapons and stuff. Black blood shackles. That's what they're called. Let me see if I can't. Yep, there they are. Hold on.
Yeah, those ones.
Okay, cool. So I imagine it's going to take an attack of some kind to try to get them on her.
Okay.
Yeah, let's call it a grapple. So you would have advantage on that. Do you
Okay.
have the stats and stuff for the manacles?
I do not.
Okay, I have it in a packet. I just didn't know if I needed to pull that out. I have it. I got you, fam. All right.
Oh.
So what do you have on your attack roll?
So for grapple, that's athletics,
Yes.
right? I got a 19.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, 19. Ooh. Okay. You barely manage to bypass the mantle of protection and the half plate that she's wearing. You beat her armor class by 1 point. So, you managed to clasp these black blood shackles onto her wrists. Let's see. The cold iron of this set of manacles and chains has a semi-iridescence of blue-green to the otherwise black metal. Arcane wards have been etched directly into the barrels that bind the wrists. Those with the ability to cast magic find these to be much heavier than expected. Okay, these shackles function as a well-made set of manacles, giving them the following stats. Blah, blah, blah. They cannot be picked, as there is no keyhole. They have 50 hit points and immune to non-magical damage. They were made to capture casters. They function with a modified arcane lock spell and may only be opened by 2 simultaneous castings of the knock spell. If someone wearing these shackles attempts to cast a spell, it automatically triggers the following. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, wow. Well done, Karen. Take a point of inspiration for that. That's incredible.
Woohoo.
I'd completely forgotten that you guys had those. Wow, that's gonna suck for her. Okay.
Yeah, we can't even open them now.
Good.
It's like that pair of handcuffs that you find when you're a kid and you put them on somebody and they're like, oh, does anybody have the key?
Oh. And as a bonus action, I would like to then, as I'm touching my my short sword, I am going to sharpen the blade. So get a new power, gotta use it.
Okay.
I'm going to spend 3 key points to give it +3 to attack and damage for a minute.
Okay. You say a +3?
Yeah, I'm going to spend all 3 key points to do so.
Wow. That's incredible. Okay, cool. Okay, so that seems like that. Let's see who's next. Oh, okay. Ari, as you are turning your attentions after having slapped these manacles on the witch, you're then kind of turning your attention to your weapon, and as you do so, Satan is going to take his first legendary action. He is going to... Oh, what makes the most sense? Fuck it. He is going to do a weapon attack. So, Tord, he's swinging at you again. He swings his sword. A 22 to hit. Yeah, okay.
That'll do it.
All right, I'll need another strength save. There's going to be 23 points of slashing damage.
I rolled a
delivers.
22 for my strength.
Excellent. Okay. Once again, you manage to keep your feet underneath you and remain standing despite the incredibleness of the impact from this weapon.
I can feel my shield like starting to splinter if it hasn't like already been deformed already.
Yeah. Is your shield magical?
God, no.
So I'm actually going to say that he's probably cleft a part of it, like the top closest to your elbow kind of corner, if you will. He has actually cleaved that part of your shield off.
I just bought that for you.
It's doing its job, Dane.
Okay, Sir John, you're up.
All right, so Sir Dane and Ari and myself and Sir Tord are all nearish to each other. Is that right?
So I imagine Tord was a little further into the room, but it sounds
Okay.
like the rest of everybody was kind of near the doors.
Yeah. And
But I've gone into the room 50 feet. Because I
Yes,
Okay.
Ari has now. Yeah.
okay, so Ari is adjacent to the Witch of War. Sir Dane is dealing with these ghouls. Sir Tord is squaring off against Sir Satan.
Yeah. So there's essentially like 3 separate skirmishes kind of all going on at the same time right now.
Yeah. And Sir Dane, you've completely obliterated one of these ghouls. How many were there total?
4 initially, so there's 3 that remain.
4. Okay. And Tord, if you were to put it in terms of like, say, hit points, how are you doing, bud? What's it look like you're doing over there?
Roughly 50%.
Okay. I think then I see that battle is really taxing, and I know that it's supposed to be like some sort of decisive thing where you win, but doesn't mean I can't help. So I'm going to charge over that way, not like a literal mechanical charge, but I'm going to move over that way and attack and join the battle against Sir Satan. So let's see here. I'm using my halberd instead of my sword. And I am going to, oh God, okay. I'm going to attack first and see how this goes. Okay. So that is, God damn, what is it even? 18 to hit.
Against the big guy, it will hit.
It will hit. Okay, cool. And then let's see here. I'm going to use a little bit of battle mastery here. This is going to be a precision strike. So I'm going to expend a superiority die to add it to the damage roll. I've got a D10 for the damage and a D10 for the superiority die. And let's see how this goes. That is going to be 11 damage total.
Okay.
And then since I hit, and since I have, I'm a polearm master, I get a bonus D4 attack with the end cap of the polearm against this fellow. That's going to be a 24 to hit.
Yes, that will also hit.
For oh wait, it's D4. Silly Eli. For 8 damage.
Okay. 19.
Now for my second of 3 attacks, I'm going to go ahead and roll these 2d20 at the same time. So the first one is a 22, and the second one is a 20 to hit.
Both will hit.
Okay, cool. So then I'm going to roll damage for both of them here. That's 14 for one and 10 for the other. And then I get the D4 attacks with both of them. This is what it's like to be a level 11 fighter. Okay.
Check that real quick. I think that takes your bonus action to do.
You only get one bonus action.
Too bad. Oh, you're right. It's a bonus attack. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. So you only get one of those around.
then 14 and 10 damage for the second and third attacks, and that's that for me.
Okay. Yeah, you rush forward. This is your halberd, right?
Yeah, I've got it in both hands, and I'm just like swirling it all over the place. There are moments when I'm like dodging out of the way of the sword, and there are moments where I'm like striking at the ankle or like the shoulder, trying to find these places where there are gaps in the armor, or just vulnerable spots in general. And it's death by 1,000 cuts from my end.
Yeah, you lay into him, and as you do so, he kind of staggers with each of your cuts from your halberd, and then he is going to take his second legendary action as he looks down at you and glares menacingly towards you.
I think you should flee, little man. Now.
He is using Frighten Foe. If you can see and hear him, you need to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
My companions are immune to fear condition while they're 10 feet away from me.
Excellent. Okay. So
we aren't scared.
I am not 10 feet away from you, though.
You're not, but Eli is. So Eli is good.
Oh, it's just one enemy within 30 feet. So yeah, it's just Sir John. And it might have been a problem, maybe, except running up to face this foe, it puts you right beside Tord. So you're unquestionably within his aura.
And I think he says his little speech, and I just spit in his face.
It's a hell of a loogie. Yeah.
Like chest, abdomen.
Yeah. It's like 16 feet up. Yeah, it's... Mm-hmm. But in your mind, it's his face, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he looks kind of taken aback somewhat that this didn't seem to affect you. But all the same, he continues on with the fight. That was Sir John. It is her turn. What is she gonna do?
So, for clarification, she does not get an additional save.
Yeah, it didn't sound like it, so thank you for double checking that.
Most definitely. And she can physically still move.
Right, it's just she takes damage if she does. But she cannot take actions because she's restrained. Is that correct?
Well, she's double restrained now.
Some people like that.
And
Baron.
manacled.
So it says a restrained creature's speed becomes 0, so I guess she can't actually move, she can just flail. And it can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage, and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. The creature has disadvantage on saving throws. Dexterity saving throws.
Okay, so she still can take actions, it sounds like.
Sounds like.
Okay. So, but she can't see or hear anything currently. So she is going to... that's what she's going to do. Okay. She casts Magic Missile. She doesn't have to see shit for Magic Missile. So she, flailing in these manacles and with these people all around her, is going to cast Magic Missile. Now, these shackles have a few things that happen if she casts a spell. So let's run down those real quick. If someone wearing these shackles attempts to cast a spell, it immediately triggers the following. A counter spell to be cast at 6th level, targeting the spell that was attempted. If the spell cast was higher than 6th, it is 6th. So, okay, so yeah, it automatically cancels it. She goes to move her hands in this, well, I don't know if any of you would recognize the somatic components that she's making. But she's going to cast this spell, and you can see the manacles like glow, and the energy from her hands is pulled instead into the shackles. In addition to the counter spell, a blight spell is cast on the shackled creature, and her veins visibly blacken. She's not fey, so she won't have disadvantage on the saving throw. But let's see what blight does. Yeah, these things were meant to do exactly what you use them for. Draining. Ooh, wow. Okay, make a Constitution saving throw. You said she has a disadvantage on saving throws? No?
Only dexterity.
Only dex. Okay. Ooh, that doesn't look like a high number. No, a 7 is not going to cut it. Because the saving throw is... more than a 7. Oh shit. She's going to take 8d8 necrotic damage from this as it saps moisture out of her body. Let's see. That is 9 and 14 is 23 and 11 is 34 and one more 34. Oh my god, and 15 is 49? Is that right? 49? Ow. She shrieks as these manacles cause the veins in her arms leading away from them to very visibly blacken after having absorbed the energy from her spell. That was what, 49? Right? Oops, she's still in this, but damn. Homegirl's hurting. So she
Jeremy,
falls.
I was.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was wrong about the frightened thing. It's advantage, not immunity.
The what?
Frightened.
Oh, against
condition.
fear.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Roll
So
that
yeah,
evil being footage, Eli.
yeah. If you would, Eli, go ahead and roll that save with advantage. This is a wisdom save.
You also get +3 on your saving throws.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay. So wisdom saving throw, that's wisdom bonus plus proficiency bonus.
Only if
3.
only if you are proficient in that save.
Okay.
I
And I'm not.
I don't know
so-
it's one that
okay.
fighters have. Yeah.
Cool. So just my wisdom bonus +3 and then advantage. Well, didn't roll very well. So that is a 12.
Okay. So as cocky and arrogant as you have felt whenever you go
Pause.
to... Yes?
I'm going to use my Indomitable special ability, which lets me
yes.
re-roll a failed saving throw.
Okay.
If I rolled it with advantage, do I re-roll it with advantage?
I don't know if that's the way it works, rules is written, but yes, I'm going to say so.
Cool. Love it. Thanks. Okay, let's try this again.
Welcome,
Okay, so this time 17.
17, on the other hand, is a success.
Yes. Okay.
So you get that nice spit in his belly button after all.
Perfect.
All right. So, let's see. What was going on before that? Ah, yes. She done fucked herself. There was a third thing that happens. The shackled creature gains 1 level of exhaustion. So there you go. She now has a level of exhaustion, as well as everything else that was going on. Who the fuck gave you those things? No, okay.
How did we actually get those? How did we acquire these?
I think it was from the Baron of Rasenfeld.
Yeah, he
I
wanted to
want
use
to
them
say-
against us.
Yeah. I want to say it's the dude that Eddard ended up taking the place of. Because he had some Fae that were kind of shackled. So it fits that theme. But I don't know if that's the case or not. Anywho.
I think, yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think they came when the same time we got there was a strange glass vial. Like there was a couple, it might have been the witches.
Maybe. A long time ago.
It was a long time ago.
Many, many moons ago. So yes. Wow, those are incredible. That leads us to Tord. You're muted.
Tord is going to try and maneuver around Sprinxatan to have flanking advantage? Question mark.
Sure.
All right. My first attack is a 17.
That is a hit.
All of my attacks do, I think, 1d4 radiant damage now from improved divine smite.
I think it's a D8.
Is it a d8?
I could be wrong, but I think it's a D8.
It is a d8. Oh man, look at me. All right. So my first attack is 10 points slashing, 3 points radiant.
Okay.
Second attack is a 22.
To hit? Yes, that'll hit.
And I think I can mark this guy as a bonus action. Can I mark him? So I have him as my selected target for my sword.
Okay. Your Oath of Vengeance, right?
No, this is Adring's special ability where if I mark somebody, my attack and damage do more against them.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
This one will do 12 points slashing and 7 points radiant. And I'm going to dump a divine smite.
Why not?
That's what
Go
I
big or
do.
go home.
I'll use a third level. Uh, 17, 24, 27 points of radiant damage.
Okay. He is battered, bleeding, and staggering with each of these blows. However, he is not finished yet.
I feel like Tord and Sir John are pulling like a Captain America and Bucky, where he's like trying to hit from both sides, and like, you know, I'm slashing low while Sir John's swinging high, and he's like trying to parry both, and he's not losing, but we're hitting him.
Yeah, you're definitely waning him down, without a doubt. Tord, as you finish your barrage of attacks, Sprinxatan, back at the top of the initiative order, is going to use a lair action. He shouts at the top of his lungs,
Loose!
and as he shouts loose, all of you watch as a volley of arrows appears through the ceiling and slams into the area all around you. Now, this has a 40-foot radius, so all of you are going to be caught within this. because this is a layer action, he can also choose up to 4 creatures that will automatically succeed on their saving throw against this effect and take no damage. Of course, he is going to choose not Dane, but himself, the Witch of War, and 2 of the remaining ghouls. All of you need to make a dexterity saving throw, please. Okay. 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 Oh, little ferret. All right. Let's see here. The DC is so Tord and Ari passed. Full damage is 30 points of piercing. If you passed, you take half, 15 points.
You said 40 damage?
30.
30. Well,
Yeah,
hey,
piercing.
half of that's taken up by Dane's temporary stuff. Perfect.
You still have those? I lost those so long ago.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. Okay, so Dane. Oh, yep, you got your concentration. Cool.
This is not considered a ranged weapon attack, is it?
No, it is a layer action or possibly a spell.
Okay.
Okay, with the layer action finished, Dane, you are up.
All right. So I will. Oh man, I don't want to take any of the cool stuff away from Tord, but I also kind of want to stab the big bad guy.
He's big enough for everyone to stab.
All right, cool. I throw my sword at him. Yeah. So I'm gonna maintain my concentration on the Witch of War, and I will like fling my hand towards the big guy, but this time instead of a spell coming out of it, Celestial just disappears from my hip, reappears at the tip of my fingers as I launch it towards big dude. And it will be an 18 to hit him, hopefully.
That does hit him.
Okay. I'm going to burn my last spell slot to also be able to Warlock smite him. So let's see. The weapon damage is a whole 8 points. But he's going to take 31 points of force damage.
Okay, 31 in addition to the 8.
Yeah, so 8 from the sword,
Mm-hmm.
31 from Eldritch Smite.
Okay.
And is he, what size is he? Huge or smaller? Like, is he?
Yeah, he's large.
He gets knocked down. He's knocked prone.
Okay.
As I just, and it's just boom.
Yeah, he collapses to the ground with this resounding thud as the whole room around you kind of shakes. Cracks begin to kind of appear in the walls, the ceiling above you, as like stone dust like falls from these cracks. But before it gets more than just a few feet away, the stone dust kind of vanishes into like glittery spell effect type thing. Okay, that was Dane's turn. The ghoul that he did not manage to extend his protection to was riddled with arrows and fell to the ground dead.
Is that one of the ones near me? Or they're all near me, aren't they? Because they all charged
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, they all gang up on you.
Okay. Perfect. Good. Good.
All right. He is going to yeah, he's going to use a legendary action. He is currently on the ground, but he's going to do so anyways. He is going to swing this. Oh, he's got choices. Tord. Apparently, he really meant what he said, and he's gunning for you. So he's going to be at disadvantage because he's swinging from prone. What is your AC again?
19.
He barely misses you. You manage to like jump backwards, and the tip of this enormous greatsword of his like across the metal chest plate of your armor, kind of leaving this gouge directly in the breastplate. Okay, that means we move on to the next, and it's the ghouls. Boys and ghouls. All right, there are still 2 of them remaining. They are going to do what they can to Dane here. Let's see. The first one is, again, that kind of rusted axe. The second is a bite. Let's see. The one with the rusted axe swings it overhead once again. What is your AC again, Dane?
16.
Okay, and misses. The axe kind of clang against the stone of the floor harmlessly. And the bite, you hear that kind of chomping noise, but you manage to move your leg out of the way this time and not get bit. All right. It is now Syrinxatan's turn. He's going to stand up from prone as the first thing that he's going to do. Kind of lumbering, rolls over and stands to his feet. He is then going to... Let's see here. Let's see. Ooh, yes. First and foremost, you watch as some of the wounds that you have delivered to him knit right before your eyes as he regains some hit points back. He is then going to deliver a sword attack, one against Tord and one against Sir John. The first of which is going to come at Tord. 21, I think, is going to hit you. I need you to make a strength save, Tord, once again.
10.
10. Okay, you're going to take 18 points of slashing damage, and you are knocked prone under the weight of his sword. Sir John, what is your AC again?
17.
Okay, he's going to hit you as well. So I'll need a strength save from you too. 16 points of slashing damage.
So my strength save is 25.
Okay, you managed to keep your feet.
And you said 16
Yes.
points of damage?
Yes, 16 points of slashing. Okay. He delivers these 2 sword swipes. And he is then going to... as a bonus action, similar to what Sir John does with his halberd, you notice the pommel spike on the end of this greatsword that he wields is easily the length of a dirk, which he kind of brings up and is going to bring down towards Tord, his favorite. Is it a 19? Is your
Yes, sir.
AC? Okay. This, however, does not scrape against the outside of your armor. You hit a 19, so it passes through the metal of your armor and is going to pierce down into your shoulder. You're going to take 14 points of piercing damage.
That doesn't go there.
He kind of smirks at you, and again, kind of through, spittle and blood.
I gave you the chance to be my soldier, my brother. This is the price you pay. Traitor.
Ari, it is your turn.
So, yeah, all of this has happened in like split seconds. So after the manacles are done, Ari's grabbed out her sword and she's now running towards Sarinkatan, I guess is
Sarink Satan?
Sarinkatan.
Or the headhunter?
Yes. Trying to catch him while he's busy with the other two. I'm going to attack him from the rear, I guess, at this point. So I will use my move action to close with him, and then I am going to attack him with the swords. And a bonus action, I'll try to kick him as well. Okay, so we'll start with the one hit. Both the kick and the second hit are going to miss because I rolled 2s on the die, so that's a given. But the one hit is a 26 to hit.
That'll definitely connect.
Okay, so I will use a key point to give an extra damage die to this one. So all told, he is going to take 17 points from the short sword. And it's magical, in case that matters. Considered magical.
It does not. Again, he is taking these wounds left and right, but is absolutely fighting with everything that he has. And he's going to take another legendary action at the end of Ari's turn. Using from the options below.
I should just check on that. Sorry, like I rolled a 2, but that's a total of a 13, if that.
A total of a 13 what?
To hit. Just to
yeah,
verify
no,
that.
No,
Okay.
that won't hit. No.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, he's got decently significant armor on. It looks like pretty fancy scale mail. Okay. Yes, layer action. Layer action. No, not layer action. Legendary action. It doesn't say that he can't use the same one multiple times in a round, so he's gonna take another weapon attack. Let's see. God damn, Tord, he's coming for you, bro. He's coming for you hard, and he's gonna hit you with a 24.
Oh no.
All right, here we go. Another strength save. Oh, actually, wait a second. You were already prone. Hold on. Okay, it wasn't a crit. All right. Let's see. 17 more points of slashing damage. Okay. That was legendary action after Ari's turn. Sir John.
Yeah, so at the beginning of this battle, was there a minute of time when there was banter or conversation going on?
From the time that you entered this room?
Yeah, from like the first time I noticed him to the time that like battle began.
No, I don't think so. It didn't seem like it was that long at all.
I was wondering if I could use my know your enemy special ability to learn some things about him. But in the absence of that, I think I will first off, I'm going to use my second wind and immediately regain some hit points here. So that's going to be, oh crap, 12 hit points I get back. Yeah. That's 2. Okay. And then I think I'm just going to attack him a lot, as much as I can. So first attack, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and roll damage too while I'm at it. Make sure I've got the right. Yeah. Okay. So that is a 23 to hit.
Is a hit.
For 14 damage plus the attack with a halberd. I get a bonus D4 attack. So let's see how that goes. 17 to hit.
Is also a hit.
Cool. And then that's 7 damage on top. So 14 plus 7. You do the math. 21, I guess.
Yes. I'm writing it down.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's see here. Does he look like he's pretty done? I know he like healed up a little bit just now.
Yeah, I mean he's still fighting, so he's not finished. That's for sure.
And my dear friend Tord, does he look like he's basically hanging on by a thread here? Or does he look like he's still got some fight in him too?
I look like wet baby shit.
All right, noted.
Wow.
In that case, I'm going to attack again. I'm going to go ahead and roll 2 attacks at once here. So that's not good. Best I got is a 17. It's a 17 and then a 11.
The 17 will hit. The 11 will not.
Okay, cool. I'm going to use another combat die here for a precision attack. This is the Eagle's Dive stroke with my halberd here. And so I'm going to roll damage now. Let's just see how this goes. It is going to be, so 10 damage total. No, 11 damage total.
Okay. He's still standing.
Everything's fine.
With the end of Sir John's... Go ahead.
I think it's the same sort of thing as before. I'm still going for this death by 1,000 cuts thing. I'm aiming for anything that's exposed or whatever. I'm really trying to bleed the guy out. But at the same time, I have really interposed myself between him and Tord. And it's not to protect Tord, it's to give Tord time to get back up on his feet and get back in this thing.
Okay. You tried to interpose yourself between the two of them. He takes his third and final legendary action for the round. Somewhat juking to the side and reaching over you, Sir John, he brings down this great sword at Tord. I rolled with advantage because Tord is prone. And I did get a critical hit. All right, Tord. Sit tight. Okay, let's see. So that's... Tord, you take 50 points of slashing damage from this hit.
What's left is a crater and Tord's body brushing into the ground.
What is your hit point maximum whenever you're fully, when you're at full?
Oh, I'm at 90 when I'm full.
Oh, okay, good. Good. So you're just at 0.
Yeah.
Oh, you're an orc, aren't you?
Yes, but I don't think Angorians get that.
They might not. I don't remember what we did as far as your racial stats go.
So
I
get, yeah, that's not one of them.
Yeah, if it's not written down, then that's fair. Okay. So, Sir John, you are just cutting this guy to ribbons. And he's reacting to each of these attacks, to each of these wounds. But almost like fighting a bear, this guy just doesn't slow down. He doesn't seem to be too concerned with these very obviously mortal wounds that you're giving him. And his singular purpose almost seemed to be this blow that he has just delivered to Tord lying upon the ground. And as he does so, all of you within, a short distance notice that Tord goes limp. He kind of looks down as if he's satisfied. It is the witch's turn, but she's not going to cast a spell. I think she's learned her lesson. Which does, unfortunately, bring us to the bottom of the round with Tord's turn. So, Tord, you will need to make that roll, please. You're muted. Okay.
I rolled a 13.
Okay.
But I think Tord, being in this kind of like twilight of undeath and death, he finds himself at his cottage that he had with Zara. He's sitting on a porch. He's drinking some cider or something that they had made there. He can hear like the sounds of the forest about him. He hears his wife inside their home. This is nice.
And as Tord lingers closer to the edge, that brings us back to the top of the round with layer actions. God, I don't know if I want to do that one. That seems a little extreme. No, fuck it. We're going for broke. Okay. He kind of like pulls his offhand off of the hilt of his greatsword and moves it about almost in a circular pattern from him, much clumsier than the abilities of his wife. But as he does so, all of you witness a very strange experience. All around you, the area that you're in seems to somewhat become incorporeal, and you notice the area that you're in is kind of triangulated between these three large banners that bear the markings of the Thunderhoof tribe. And almost as if the space that you're in has been laid over the top of another dimension, another plane, you find yourselves in amidst a battlefield. You can see the Gothezka riding around, engaged in fighting with the members of the Thunderhoof tribe. You have been partially transported to the battlefield that is happening elsewhere in Angorshire. And as that happens, a number of orc in the area, Thunderhoof orc, turn and notice your appearance, if you want to call it that. As the veil has been thinned between this extra-dimensional space, they charge and attack each of you. Tord, you're lying upon the ground, so they're not going to bother trying to attack you. To them, you look dead. Everyone else is going to have to make a wisdom saving throw.
Does Tord's saving throw bonus still count?
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay.
I think he has to be conscious, if I'm recalling correctly. Okay. Dane passed. However, Ari and Sir John did not. So Ari and Sir John, you will take full. Dane, you will take half. Full damage is 30 points of psychic damage. If you passed, you take half of that, which would be 15 again. And with that, it is Dane's turn.
All right, I did succeed my concentration to keep up the prison, whatever that's worth at this point.
For the mine prison.
Yeah.
Sometimes your voice is a little quiet.
I don't. It's the mic. I gotta get it.
Oh, okay.
But we're going into round 5 now, correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep track of how many more rounds I can maintain this prison.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So, first things first. Tord, you see this form
walking up this like cobblestone path of your cottage, sort of looking around. They look a little bit lost. And there's the sound of a babbling brook that wasn't there a moment ago. And as it steps into the sunlight, you can see it's Dane. Maybe you recognize him at this point. Maybe you don't.
I think I do, and that's perhaps what's jarring. Is I see you, and I'm like, Dane.
Who's this?
Oh, I would like to introduce you to my wife, Zara.
Oh,
I don't know if like anyone's even there now. As if like, since that's not like something that could possibly happen. But
I think with you being dead and me recently being dead, we could probably see her.
yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll say she's there. That's fine.
Oh,
She says, "Hello, Dane. It's nice to meet you. Finally."
nice to meet you. I've told. Well, you're the only. He loves you. I'll leave it at that. I hate to come calling toward. You look rather comfortable, but I thought I could find you here.
Surely you could stay for dinner.
Another time, perhaps. I came to see if we might borrow you for a bit longer.
But he just got here.
He'll be back.
Surely we could. And I mean, I don't know if like the facade is dropping as you do whatever you're about to do.
I'll see to it that he's returned eventually. I promise.
Please do. It would be wonderful to see you both again soon.
Not too soon. Take 24 hit points back.
Ooh-wee.
The visage at that point most certainly fades, and the face of your loving wife, Tord, is replaced with this grinning mug.
So for everybody else out there, I think you see that same golden energy start to leak from Dane, but this time it is heavily stained with this rust. And it does not flow quite as gracefully as it used to. And as I see Tord take in that first breath of consciousness, I'm going to rush this giant for some reason, and I'm going to attack him.
Okay. This has worked out well so far.
Yeah, well, I wasn't within melee range earlier. Now I will be. So, I don't suppose a 12 hits him.
No.
But I think an 18 does.
An 18 does, in fact.
Wonderful. So first swing misses. Perhaps a little bit out of hesitation on Dane's part. But then he swings again. And the sword seems to sort of flicker between being there and not. And as he brings his hand in towards the thigh, perhaps, of this large man, he'll take 8 points of damage.
The cut goes deep, just the same as the many delivered by Tord, by Sir Tord, Sir John, and Ariana. And he still stands. we are back at the top of the initiative order. Dane has just gone. He is going to use one of his renewed legendary actions. Let's see. Oh, no. Oh, I might have been doing that wrong. He's supposed to regain them on the start of his turn. He hasn't been using more than the 3 that he gets per turn, though, so that's still okay. But no, this is the way that I've been doing it the whole time, so I'm going to stick with it. All right. Weapon attack again. God, I don't know if I want to go for Tord. I think he thinks Tord is dealt with for the moment.
I was gonna say Tord hasn't like gotten up.
Yeah. He's
I'm
got
still like
3 other options.
cratered.
So yeah, so we're gonna go with the other 3 options here.
He might actually hit me though. That's fair.
Okay. So this one is coming at Dane. What is your AC again, Dane?
1 more than you rolled. 16.
Okay. I rolled a 1, so he misses you. He takes this swing at you, and you feel the air kind of above your head just kind of part as the sword that is longer than you are tall swings overhead. Okay. It is the ghoul's turn. The 2 of them, unfortunately, though, Tord, they see you as a helpless meal currently. And the 2 of them are rushing what they think is your corpse. So, they're going to run up. Both of them are going to attempt bites. Because, again, you look like a tasty snack. I mean that in the best of ways, Baron. You tasty snack.
They have advantage because I'm prone.
Yes. Ooh, that one rolled 2 3s, so I don't think that one's going to work. The second is a dirty 20, so he is going to succeed. You're going to take 8 points of piercing, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw. I doubt you can probably even fail that.
What was the damage? I'm sorry. I rolled an 18 plus 5, 23.
23? Okay, yeah, you're good on the saving throw. Karen's got it. Thank you.
9, and
8.
8. 8 total.
Mm-hmm. This creature bites into one of your arms, basically as you're just kind of getting your elbow kind of under your weight to try to stand back up again. This thing just latches onto your bicep and sinks its teeth into like the soft part between your mail, and you can feel that arm start to like almost atrophy or like seize up, but you manage to work it out and prevent it from working its way through your body.
Was that a disease by any chance?
No, it is not. Okay. Oh, damn. It is his turn. The big dude, Srink Satan the Headhunter, is going to swing his sword twice. Let's see what order he's going to go in here. Oh, I need to roll this. Okay, the first is going to be at Ari. The second is going to be at Sir John. And then he's going to take that pommel strike at Dane. Alright, so first versus Ari. Ari, what is your AC? Oh.
17.
30 is going to hit you, I think. Alright, you need to make a strength save.
We get towards Ara back now, right?
Yes, because he is conscious. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. I got 6 plus 24.
Okay, so you managed to keep your feet. You are going to take 21 points of slashing damage. Not the first time you've been hit. Well, the arrows, I guess.
The arrows and the psychic damage.
Okay. Yeah. I rolled a 1 against Sir John, so that strike will miss. Once again, just parting the air.
And no, it doesn't. It meets my halberd, and I riposte.
Oh, nice. Very cool. Okay.
So let's just see here. This is a melee attack. So if it says make a melee attack, that's not like the attack action. That's one attack.
Yeah, it's a
right?
singular attack. Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. That's valid. Okay, so a 13 to hit. I don't think I do.
No. It comes close, but again, the scale mail that he's wearing manages to protect him. It kind of like swings backwards as he realizes that he's opened himself up to your riposte, and then he is going to lash out towards Dane with the pommel spike on the back end of his greatsword, and is going to hit with a 24. Piercing damage, Dane, to the tune of 12 points.
Okay. Ow. Dane's looking a little rough. Also, my sword is really bleeding now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's blood just probably pouring out of the. Is it rusted whenever it's active?
So
Or is it?
I I think it looks rusted on my hip, and if I'm like using it to chop vegetables, I think it's rusted.
Mhm.
But I think in moments like this, I don't think it is. I think in moments like this, it starts to take on some actual qualities of Camagel.
Excellent. So yeah, this maybe even somewhat spectral or arcane looking blade is just like slinging blood every time like you're swinging it around. Okay. Ari, it's your turn.
Well, I am going to attempt to hit this guy with my short sword again. Okay, that's not terrible. So a dirty 20 is 1, and the other one is a 16.
Both of those will hit.
Oh, yay. Okay, so I will use 1 key point to make an extra 8 on one of them. Okay, so total damage. Oh, that's not good. So, okay, so the first hit is 8. The second hit is 8 plus 6 is 14. So that's a total of 22 points of what is it? Piercing. And as a bonus action, I'm going to use the dodge action.
So you can actually describe what it looks like as you kill Syrinx
yes!
the headhunter.
Okay, so I don't have to do the dodge. Perfect. So seeing Tord's, like, she doesn't probably even know at this moment that Tord is actually alive, because Tord was just fallen and now the ghouls are like eating him. She again has charged Syrinx and she is yelling Hudenorne El Andrii, which if anyone spoke Elvish would know that it's like quench the roots. And at this point, she then delivers 2 solid blows to this guy, basically opening up one of the arteries in his leg and the other one probably in his gut. And that is enough to I guess as she's looking up at him, he's got this shocked look on his face that this puny elf has managed to hit him in such a vital place. And I almost imagine it's like shock and disbelief on his face as he then just kind of slowly falls like a tree that's just been felled.
He collapses to the ground. The Witch of War, manacled. You lost concentration on the spell, right, Dane? No? Okay, so she still doesn't know. So she's not going to be able to react to this. She is still kind of having her own private freak out over there. Unaware of what has just transpired. The body of Serinx Satan, the headhunter, lies dead at your feet. The Witch of War is not going to be able to be much of a threat any longer with these manacles on. So, we are out of combat. Tord, I believe... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying I have something very specific for the witch, unless somebody else does. But also now that we're out of combat, Jordan, you can have another 76 hit points.
Okay. So in the immediacy transpiring the end of the headhunter, what are you doing other than healing Tord?
So I'm gonna leave the sort of healing energy behind me as I walk towards this witch in her own private prison, and I'm going to step through these hags that have her surrounded, that have been tormenting and taunting and prodding her. And again, well, I'm not even sure she actually speaks Vykaril, so in common. You see, it's not much fun to be tortured, to be hurt, to lose the ones you love, to think that you're so powerful that you can wield magic with no regard for what it'll cost you. And I reach out, I take her hands almost like gently, but it will cost you. And I simply step back 5 feet and pull her into the effect of the spell.
Okay. Does that count as her moving?
She doesn't have to. It specifically says can be moved into.
Okay.
So she'll take
just
a lot of damage.
Yeah, is there a saving throw or is it?
Nope. This is if she goes into it, she
Okay.
just takes damage.
All right, what is that damage?
$71 points of psychic damage.
Shit. So how does Dane kill her with this?
I think that we don't see much other than her sort of stiffen and fall. But I think in her own mind, these witches begin to turn to faces of people that she's killed, sacrifices that she's had in the past. And they tear her apart. They start to pull at her flesh. They pull it off of her, and she just dies.
She dies amid horrifying screams. And when her screams finally grow silent, all of you hear a similar sound, the rumbling of stone all around you. Overhead, the stone dust falling, dissipating into glittering magic. Pieces of the ceiling dislodge and fall downwards. But just as you're about to reach your hands up to protect yourself, again, they dissipate into glittery magic. And all of a sudden, all of you feel that same sensation, that pulling sensation. And you are hurled back into the material plane, finding yourself amid a circle of ash and ruin, charcoal of what was this Khan's tent. The arbor behind you now completely consumed and charred. The two bodies of the ghouls that were still living exit the space with you, immediately falling over dead. The one who created them no longer able to sustain their undeath. There's no shortage of orc, Thunderhoof, surrounding you, staring at you. The body of Sorink Satan lies just a few feet away from you. And in addition, his war chest and the rest of his treasury now sits loose on the ground beside you. That, I think, is where we're going to end the session. So, deep breath, everybody. Big, deep breath. Yeah, that was incredible. It was a ton of fun. I had a blast. I hope everybody did as well. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can do their outros, etc., etc. And then we're going to call it an evening. So let's start with Baron.
Hello, everyone. I'm Baron. I died, or attempted to. Another just heavy. They're always so heavy. Like, I'm stressed out now because this is still not good. But I had a lot of fun. I was so much fun, and I can't wait till next month. So I'll eagerly wait until then. Thank you for watching. If you did, I don't. Man.
All right. Moving right along, Karen.
Oh, I don't even know what to say. I am glad we are all still here, and I was very unsure that that would be the case. So, yay us! Wow, yeah, I don't have words. This game was amazing, and thank you so much.
Absolutely, my pleasure. I'll take that. I'll take that as a as a good thing. All right, next up we have Steve.
Yipes. Yipes. Great session. A ton of fun. I'm very curious to see how this wraps because there's still an entire camp of orcs around us. And we're really gonna need Tord to do some big ball and talking next game. Or we're just dead. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the game, Jeremy. Awesome as always.
Absolutely. Again, my pleasure. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, yeah, Baron, you got you got a month to whip up something. Yeah, super eager to see how this plays out as well. All right, last but certainly not least, Eli.
Hey, everybody. I am Eli. I was late to the game, but what a time we had tonight. I was thinking about how, we've played a lot of sessions where we barely roll any dice, and it has led to such a rich story supporting this game that by the time we do roll dice for most of a session, it's so fraught with relationships and danger and stakes and all sorts of stuff. And I just really appreciated tonight being able to kick some ass and get our asses kicked and do it all while we're telling this amazing story. So thanks much, Jeremy.
Absolutely. Again, my pleasure. That makes me very happy to hear. I'm glad that it plays that way, because sometimes these kinds of combats can turn into a slog. They can go on for a long time with something that has 200 hit points. It can drag out. So I'm really, really happy that it felt that way, and that you guys were so invested in the outcome of that battle. Like I said, this moment has been a big moment that we've been building to for a long time, because the helmets from his collection, all of you are certain would be plenty of steel in order to qualify for steel of the conquered enemy turned ally portion of your materials that you need. In addition oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to say, you can finish. I have something after.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in addition to, if you manage somehow to pull this off, there looks to be some considerable wealth that might be gained from defeating this foe as well. So, I'm really excited to kind of sift through the ruins. I mean, the aftermath of what has just transpired, and see what's going to happen next time. So yeah, Josh, we miss you. We'll hope that we get to see you next month. And everybody, thank you all so much. The four of you, the five of you. This game means so much to me. The fact that it's gone on for 3 years and it is still so engaging, and you are all still so willing to be invested in what's happening, not only just in your own stories, but in each other's stories and in what I'm presenting to you. That that means a huge amount to me. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you watched along with us this evening, thank you very, very much. And if you watched in the future, thank you as well. If you did enjoy what you saw this evening, hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. I just started a coffee link, so you can find that in the description of the video down below as well. If you feel like donating, supporting what I do as an artist and a creator, then I would be very, very thankful for that as well. There's something I'm going to be getting the link for soon. We talked about it earlier, but now I don't remember. I'm going to add that in the description of the video down below.
Instagram for the artist for the character portraits.
Yes, for the character portrait. The fantastic character art that we now get to put on our overlay. And if the artist is watching, you and your group, thank you very, very much for the incredible work that you did for Steve. A ton of love. I don't know how to say that in Portuguese, and if I tried, it would probably be butchered anyways. But it makes me very happy that there are people out there watching and translating this game. Holy shit, 3 years of content. You guys are badasses. Level up. Not you guys. The artist and his friends. Sorry. No, you guys just level. Don't. All right. That's everything that I've got. Everybody, thank you so much. I love you all. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your week. There is another game this week here on the channel, Wednesday night. The crew from Evermore La Masquerade, as well as Jackson Johnson, will be playing a Caldera one-shot that I will be running here on the channel called Ghost Town. I'm very excited for that game as well. Now that this one is in the box, I'm going to be able to turn my attentions to finishing my prep for that. And yeah, it's going to be a great time. So until then, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.